Distinguished guests, good morning. We can now start with the second day. Following yesterday's engaging session, enriched by the insights of prominent speakers from the international stage, we gain a valuable knowledge about the security and environmental aspects of the underwater dimension. Moving into the second day, we have a steering schedule of presentations. Let me also recall that to give appropriate emphasis to the event, today's proceedings will be live-streamed and attended by media representatives. Interpretation service is the same as yesterday. Thank you. Before starting with the morning session, welcome to Time in the Underwater, an exploration linking the ocean depth with the essence of time. Time, a relentless force, shapes our life, yet beneath waves, it reveals a different dimension, marked by fluidity. Without further ado, I now leave the floor to Rear Admiral Stefano Frumento, Italian Navy Special Forces and Diver Commandant, who will guide us through this journey, illuminating the profound connection between time and underwater dimension. He will be followed by Mr. Jean-Marc Pontrue, CEO of Officine Panerai. Admiral, please.
Admirals, dear distinguished guests, good second day of working here as a transitional Seapower Symposium. I have the privilege to briefly introduce a topic of utmost importance for the professionals that I'm honored to command, the Navy Special Forces and Navy divers, time. The measurement of time in the underwater dimension is vital for both defensive and offensive diving, with a tremendous impact on physiological and operational aspects. Let's take into consideration defensive diving first. Divers plan with time, calculating precisely how long they could dive at the defined depth and with the specific breathing devices that they are going to use. They always stay safe with time, applying the correct decompression stops during ascent to get back to the surface, or waiting enough between one dive and the next one when repetitive diving is needed. When operating in the underwater EOD environment, critical is the measurement of the waiting time, a period of standoff needed before approaching unexploded ordnance or following a misfire. When we move from vertical to horizontal diving, the offensive diving, time still maintains its relevance for mission success. Think about the importance of time measurement to keep track of oxygen consumption and exposure at different depths, or to reach in due time a rendezvous with a submarine in the middle of nowhere. Despite all high-speed technologies, devices, or systems that nowadays may be used in mission profiles, the highly trained man, fully aware of his capabilities, is always central to face, deal with, and tackle any problem or contingency may arise. Imagine yourself diving in a pitch-black waters at night with opponents that are looking for you on the surface. A wristwatch, a compass, and the known pace of your legs or of the vehicle that is helping you moving fast underwater are your more reliable friends there. This is not new. This is not something recently developed. In 1935, Navy officers Teseo Tesei, to whom, by the way, is dedicated the Consubin base, and Helios Toski, two of our Navy heroes, inventors of the famous SLC, the father of the modern special delivery vehicles, faced the need to measure time underwater to start a new era in naval operation, if not being pioneers in that. After many attempts, only one firm was able to provide a reliable waterproof wristwatch to equip our frogmen. It was 1936, and the firm was Panerai from Florence with the Radiomir watch. So let me introduce to you Mr. Jean-Marc Pontruet, Chief Executive Officer of Panerai. Please. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dear Ameriglio Frumento, il capo di Stato Maggiore Credandino. First, a great thank you for your warm hospitality at this trans-regional Seapower Symposium on letting us opening this morning's session with a light but serious subject, which is this unique partnership between the Marina Militare and Officine Panerai. More than other brands in the watch industry, we at Panerai comes from the sea and depend today and tomorrow on the sea. We don't have a plan B or a second element of differentiation compared to our competitors. We have, with the Marina Militare, a long relationship, as you have mentioned, of more than 100 years when we started to supply technical equipment for the Italian Navy, specifically the specialized diving units, probably the most demanding in terms of precision and reliability. At a time, ladies and gentlemen, where most of the other watch operators celebrate Formula One, football, golf, tennis, the Panerai celebrities, source of inspiration and infinite platform for future product developments are the Marina Militare. We at Panerai develop time instruments designed in Milano and produced in Switzerland, associated to military diving standards. And before being open to public in 1993, Panerai, as a brand, was even covered by the Military Secrets Act. Our reason to exist remains very closely associated to the Italian diving military world, highlighting around the world your performance and achievements. Brand spirits remain more than ever associated to your values, close to the military world, synonym of efficiency, courage, responsibility, and resilience. Let me share now one of our special developments together. 5 years ago, we have been building a program of experiences, consisting in sharing with some of our customers and media partners 2 days of effort, military exercises, and discipline. A unique occasion to open your world and promote authentically the Marina Militare and your organization within our 200 stores in the world, especially towards the young generation. A unique link to our mission to develop timepieces, which we proudly name survival instruments for modern heroes. Now, in terms of products, and you see it behind me, Luminor, the emblem of Panerai, our bestseller around the world, is a tribute to the historical partnership between the Marina Militare and our brand. The model you are seeing right now is not available for sale, as these watches are only available for Marina Militare members. To conclude, Panerai doesn't only distribute watches. We are promoting proudly diving instruments closely associated to the spirit and technical standards of your military world. You are, for 800 employees around the world and our thousands of customers, the ultimate example and reference in our industry. Now let me finish by a tradition that we are having in our brand to introduce to new members the world of the Marina Militare. Anybody entering, and that includes you in this room, the world of Panerai, and a store like the one we have on Piazza San Marco here in Venice, you can get this passport with a dedicated stamp of the city. As you are a proud user of the Panerai watches, I am very proud to remit you today this very first passport. Welcome to our Panerai family. Welcome to your community. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Admiral. Thank you, Ms. Pontreau. Dear guests, before we delve into the core of today's important discussion, I would like to invite Professor Andrea Margelletti, President of the Center of International Studies and advisor to the Italian Minister of Defense, to share his insights. Yesterday, he provided a comprehensive overview on the challenges we face, and today will guide us to explore the underwater environment from another perspective. Professor, please.
Thank you. I gave you the time to switch to the translation system, and I could speak as I done yesterday in my natural language. Buongiorno a tutti, signor Capo di Stato Maggiore della Marina, Secure, Ministro Di Paola e gentili ospiti e naturalmente tutti voi marinai. Una delle cose più interessanti che è nato nelle ore in cui abbiamo discusso ieri è la scoperta della nuova frontiera, che poi in qualche maniera è sempre stata davanti a noi, cioè la frontiera del mondo sommerso, che pone però già immediatamente delle criticità importanti. Prima di tutto perché è diventata immediatamente un campo di battaglia, ancora al callor bianco. Diciamo che gli attori che in qualche maniera stanno lavorando in questo ambito sono attori che lo fanno in una maniera sostanzialmente clandestina, ma naturalmente questo non solo è motivo di preoccupazione, ma deve essere anche motivo di regolamentazione, perché prima di tutto dobbiamo valutare la natura transnazionale delle infrastrutture subacquee e la totale assenza di una common governance in quella parte del mondo. E inoltre il fatto che gli attacchi alle infrastrutture subacquee siano attacchi dove l'assenza di una visibilità pone l'attaccante su una posizione di negazione plausibile dal punto di vista politico è naturalmente per tutti noi fonte di criticità. Non solo, ma gli attacchi alle infrastrutture subacquee possono essere in grado di causare danni a centinaia e centinaia di chilometri dal luogo dove questo attacco è avvenuto e in particolare superando naturalmente i confini delle zone, anche delle zone economiche esclusive. Tutto questo è una minaccia essenziale al concetto di blue economy, che è diventato e continuerà a essere nei prossimi anni il motore delle economie mondiali, e ci tengo a sottolineare non solo dei paesi che sono bagnati dal mare, ma da tutto il sistema economico. Per questa ragione la costruzione di nuovi sistemi che vanno da navi ideografiche a cacciamine specializzati non possono che essere integrati naturalmente dai sempre più prestanti sistemi remotizzati per il controllo dei fondali marini, non possono che essere uno dei punti principali per il budget delle nostre forze armate, ma non solo. Noi dobbiamo spingere a un'integrazione sempre più avanzata tra il mondo civile e il mondo militare. Perché come facciamo a discutere di sicurezza? Credo che sia stata in qualche maniera una sveglia per tutti il conflitto in Ucraina, perché in qualche misura le classi politiche, in particolare quelle occidentali, per 70 anni avevano pensato fondamentalmente alla guerra di tipo economico. L'economia è tutto. In realtà abbiamo scoperto, proprio in Ucraina, che non esiste un'economia all'esterno del perimetro della sicurezza. E quindi la sicurezza, la deterrenza, oppure, se la deterrenza fallisce, la capacità di imporre le proprie corrette ragioni, sono diventate fondamentali. E per questa ragione il fondo del mare è diventato una frontiera di confronto. Basti pensare soltanto all'aumento di naviglio non mediterraneo e non NATO che nel Mar Mediterraneo negli ultimi 2 anni ha visto una sensibile aumento della propria presenza. E dicevo, rapporti tra il mondo privato e il mondo con le stellette, il mondo militare, perché in tutti e 2 casi la fusione tra le necessità e le migliori capacità può portare risultati positivi. Soltanto una cosa, e mi avvio naturalmente alla chiusura, noi parliamo ormai di awareness del dominio subacqueo, ma tutto questo però deve essere naturalmente cambiato su un punto che ritengo sia fenomenale, fondamentale. Siamo lenti a capire, siamo lentissimi a decidere, siamo ancora più lenti a produrre. Se noi vogliamo mantenere un technological edge, vogliamo mantenere il nostro livello di deterrenza in un posizionamento tale da poter avere deterrenza e quindi da non arrivare a un confronto, noi dobbiamo essere più veloci nel valutare, più veloci nel decidere, più veloci nel produrre e ancora più veloci nell'agire. La lentezza oramai significa morire e nessuno lo vuole. Vi ringrazio, buon lavoro e buon proseguo di giornata.
Let me now introduce the second panel. Please note that this panel will be divided into 2 sub-panels. In this session, we will examine the underwater environment from a technological perspective, emphasizing innovative solutions to emerging challenges. That said, I would like to invite the distinguished speakers to join me on the stage. Admiral Sir Ben Key, KCB, CBE, ADC, is the chairperson. Admirals Nicolas Vaugeot, Admiral Enrique Eduardo Passalacqua de Gouveio y Melo, Admiral Antonio Pinheiro Sánchez, Admiral Lisa Franchetti. Admiral, sir, please.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And it's a real privilege to be back here for the second day of a conference with some extremely rich discussions already. And I am confident that this panel will meet that same standard, not because of my chairmanship, but because of the 4 distinguished speakers that are sat here. Time has been moving on, and so rather than add my own thoughts, I will reflect merely upon the excellent challenge laid to us by the distinguished professor just now, when he reflected that time is waiting for nobody, and the pace of technology seems to be moving at a far quicker rate than our ability to decide on what we are going to do about it. However, I'm confident that some interesting insights and solutions will be offered from my fellow panel members. So without further ado, I would like to, following the order of introduction, turn to the right and to Amiral Nicolas Beaujour, head of the French Navy, for his thoughts. Nicolas. Your choice.
Okay, let's go. Thank you, Ben, and I'm very pleased to be here. And this subject is something which is really important for me, especially because I had a wake-up call in 2018 when my Minister of Defense, I was at the time in charge of Navy operation, asked me to find an old submarine which had sunk in south of Toulon in 1968. And because there was a request from the families to recover that submarines. And so, because I was ambitious, I said to my Minister of Defense, of course, yes, we are able to do it. And so we deployed some assets, and it was hydrographic assets, I mean, to make some research on the seabed, but it was not really big assets like today. And so we take more or less 2 weeks to find these submarines, but we were helped by offshore companies. And so for me, it was really a wake-up call that we have a lack of assets in the Navy. And so from that time, we decided to completely change the way of doing about the seabed warfare and what we call in France the seabed dominance. And so it was the research of the submarine La Minerve, which is run now on the seabed at 2,300 meters in the south of Toulon. And now we have thinking about the seabed dominance. We think that for the French Navy, through the lens of our eyes, the new frontier of the underwater should not become the Wild West, I mean, because there is defense and security issues in that domain, and because we decided to build up a French strategy, which is not a French Navy strategy, it's a French ministerial global strategy for France. The way we are thinking the problem is first to draw the main characteristic of the underwater. The first thing is that underwater is, the main characteristics are opacity, duality, and complexity. Opacity because we think that transparency of the water is not for now. And so underwater is still the place to hide. And there is a lot of consequences with that. Duality because the most recent progress in that domain is related to civilian company, more or less. And so the cooperation between civil and military person is really, really important. And third, the complexity, because the level of technology requested necessary to explore, to monitor, and to operate is really complex, really complex. And so it's still a very restricted club. And France benefits at the time from a long historical commitments with science. We have the company XIV, with industry, and we have the cable company Orange Marine, which give us a lot of perspective, a lot of capabilities in the global domain. And when you look at these three main characteristics, you can have some big conclusions, which are by nature, underwater is a domain of partnership. But partnership is with industry, with finance and trade, with foreign navies courts, with Coast Guard, with intelligence, with scientists. And we have to build that partnership. By nature also, it is an open domain to be protected because it is a specific environment and it's a domain could be exploited also by competitors. And so we decided to, because we think there is a lot of security challenge for us, we think that there is a lot of security challenge because the nation dependence on underwaters is really increasing at that time. And so the level of risk we have to support is really increasing right now, especially because the internet information is going through cables, of course. And of course, because the strategic competitors have developed a great efficiency in hybrid underwater activities. And so we all saw that, we have seen that in the Baltic, but we could see that it's very easy now to cut cables on the seabed. And so you do not need to have a very complex asset to do that kind of thing. Just an anchor drifting on the seabed is enough to cut a cable today. So we decided to launch a French strategy about underwater. It was in 22, and the French Minister of Defense decided to an ambitious strategy for seabed dominance in coherence with the French ambition and the French responsibility around the world. And so it's a whole of government policy. It's not only a French Navy policy. It's an integrated plan up to 2030. And so the three main goals are to contribute to the protection of the critical national infrastructures in the underwater domain. So it means that we have to increase the knowledge of the seabed, which is not that easy, and we have also to scan our vulnerabilities, so to make the difference between what is critical and what is not critical, in order to focus on the right place. The second aim is to guarantee the French freedom of maneuver in underwater, which is of course critical due to our deterrence object underwater. And the third thing is to protect the French interest, especially in area under national jurisdictions. And you know that we have a large EEZ in the world. So these three main objectives request to develop deep sea tech with the industrial base. And all that domain is tech-driven endeavor. And of course, UOV, robots, and so on. We decided to have assets able to operate up to 6,000 meters deep. And 6,000 meters is because we estimate that it is more or less 97% of the problem in the world. And so 6,000 meters is something which is technological accessible. And so that's the plan, down to 6,000 meters. It is ongoing because we just buy the first assets for the French Navy. And so it gives us, for me, one of the key assets able to operate down. We have three main goals for the Navy now, because we have to take action on, from, and towards the seabed. And the three main objectives is to improve intelligence on competitors and potential adversaries. It's to build a strong underwater operational picture and is able to train and operate up to 6,000 meters. I don't know, I will not go further because I will let time for questions. But thank you very much for your attention, and eager to have your question.
Thank you very much, Nicolas. And again, in the interest of time, I won't try to summarize or ask you an in-depth question on the emerging French strategy, which I'm sure I'll leave to the floor. But perhaps I can turn next to the thoughts from Spain. Antonio.
Admirals, distinguished guests, it's a privilege for me to have the opportunity to address this impressive audience in this wonderful place and city, to talk about underwater and the role to play for us in its defense. Allow me to switch to Spanish to express my ideas in a more clear way and to enrich, if possible, this symposium, at least from the linguistic point of view. And now, without any delaying, let's go to the point. Para nosotros, en España, en la Armada, no cabe duda de que las nuevas tecnologías y el entorno estratégico están empujando hacia una operacionalización del entorno submarino y de los fondos marinos. Y lo han convertido, lo que es para nosotros, en el primer dato que quisiera señalar, claramente en un nuevo dominio de las operaciones. Ante este nuevo dominio, la primera característica es que en este aspecto la colaboración público-privada y civil-militar van a ser esenciales. Cada una tendrá sus responsabilidades. Las agencias civiles y los operadores privados deberán mejorar la protección frente a riesgos naturales o accidentales y la capacidad de reparación de las infraestructuras, para lo que la tecnología será una gran aliada para ellos. La resiliencia de las infraestructuras, tanto física como cibernética, así como la capacidad de monitorizarlas, serán fundamentales para minimizar los riesgos, ya sean estos riesgos accidentales o intencionados. Tecnologías como los cables inteligentes son prometedoras para detectar amenazas incipientes, pero también lo serán los sistemas automáticos para la vigilancia cercana. No debemos olvidar, o no deben olvidar estas agencias privadas, estas empresas, la mejora de la ciberdefensa o, en el caso de los cables con datos, la posibilidad de reconfigurar todo el tráfico de los cables submarinos mediante el enrutamiento dinámico de la información. Finalmente, tarea también para las empresas privadas es invertir en tecnología para recuperación rápida de las infraestructuras. Esto limitará el impacto de una disrupción y, por tanto, hará más complicado a cualquier atacante generar un efecto sistémico de nivel crítico. Además de la tecnología aplicada por agencias civiles y operadores privados para dotar de protección y resiliencia a las infraestructuras, las Fuerzas Armadas, en particular nosotros, las Armadas y las Marinas, deberemos garantizar una disuasión suficiente para convencer a cualquier adversario de que es poco probable que logre sus objetivos a un costo razonable. Es decir, es rol de las Marinas aplicar lo que se denomina la disuasión por negación. Para ello, nuestra principal función, el punto de partida, será el conocimiento de nuestros fondos marinos y los intereses que están allí situados, y ser capaces de detectar cualquier potencial amenaza. Para ello, para lograr esto, se requiere presencia y vigilancia y, por el otro lado, capacidad de actuar. La capacidad de actuar tanto para reducir las oportunidades de que la amenaza se haga realidad, como para, en el caso de que sí lo haga, seamos capaces de recuperar pruebas suficientes que permitan atribuir la autoría del evento. Nuestras armadas ya tienen cierta capacidad de vigilancia en superficie y bajo el mar, pero no están específicamente diseñadas para este nuevo dominio de las operaciones. Por lo tanto, debemos explotar las capacidades disponibles, complementar lo que tenemos con nuevas tecnologías que cubran las carencias y también debemos obtener nuevas capacidades avanzadas y, en particular, a grandes rasgos, podríamos sintetizarlas en la robotización y la digitalización de los océanos, de la que ya ayer se ha hablado profusamente en este simposio. Las dos cosas, la robotización y la digitalización, jugarán un papel fundamental. Otro reto que se nos presenta es que debemos ser capaces de adoptar las tecnologías emergentes rápidamente. En este aspecto no va a haber tiempo que perder. Y esto será un reto de primer orden. Pero no debemos nunca olvidar que la tecnología es una herramienta para ganar eficacia, no es un fin en sí misma. Tampoco debemos olvidar que en torno a la tecnología deberemos generar nueva doctrina, adiestrar en nuevas capacidades y reeducar al personal que está formado en otras capacidades tradicionales a trabajar en estas nuevas tecnologías. Y debemos también crear nuevas infraestructuras como las dedicadas a la experimentación operacional. E incluso debemos acompasar la evolución de la organización, de nuestras organizaciones, para responder a los retos de este nuevo dominio y de la velocidad de avance tecnológico. El conocimiento suficiente del fondo y nuestros intereses sobre él requiere tecnologías que reduzcan el esfuerzo necesario, como las tecnologías autónomas y el trabajo en enjambre, los sensores acústicos avanzados, la comunicación submarina, la navegación inercial o nuevas fuentes de energía que les den a todas estas mayor autonomía. Su eficiencia pasará también por asegurar que disponemos de los estándares que nos aseguren la interoperabilidad, porque este es un tema que va a tener que resolverse de modo conjunto, nunca individualmente. Luego tenemos que asegurar la interoperabilidad, incluso la intercambiabilidad de estas tecnologías y aplicar conceptos como el de la modularidad. Pero de nada van a servir estas capacidades de vigilancia y la información si no tenemos estándares bien claros para el intercambio de información de bases de datos, sobre las que llevar a cabo análisis apoyados por inteligencia artificial o el aprendizaje automático. Todo ello protegido por una ciberdefensa eficaz, lo que va a permitir correlacionar lo que ocurre en superficie con elementos críticos en el fondo marino y que sean capaces de detectar cualquier actuación sospechosa que pueda suponer un riesgo o una amenaza. Todo esto va a mejorar nuestra vigilancia en superficie, tanto con unidades de superficie dotadas de sensores aerotransportados, como con un creciente número de sistemas de vigilancia espacial y aéreo, que permitan multiplicar el área vigilada, conocer los movimientos de las unidades de interés y detectar comportamientos sospechosos de unidades no militares. Esta manera de trabajar ya la venimos usando en ámbitos como la guerra de minas, pero tenemos que avanzar en las tecnologías de análisis automático en los sistemas de información, mando y control, que permitan poner la información a disposición de la toma de decisiones en tiempo casi real. Este es el gran reto, para poder tener una respuesta adecuada y a tiempo en cualquier amenaza inminente. Otras áreas en las que la tecnología debe hacer evolucionar las capacidades navales son la de inspección en la zona que haya ocurrido un incidente, hasta profundidades que, en el caso del nivel de ambición español, como ha recogido Nicolás, estamos trabajando en los 6.000 metros para la recuperación de pruebas, para el posterior análisis o la de desactivación o neutralización de artefactos que se puedan haber colocado en las proximidades de las infraestructuras sumergidas. ¿Con qué vamos a hacer esto? Bueno, los sistemas autónomos y por control remoto deberán ser capaces de actuar con gran precisión, incluso a grandes profundidades. Pero vamos a necesitar también una capacidad avanzada de inteligencia de armamento y de explotación técnica, porque estas tecnologías deberán abordar además uno de los principales retos de la disuasión y respuesta en el ámbito subacuático, un ámbito gris por naturaleza que es el de la atribución de la autoría de un incidente. Como resumen final, como corolario de mi intervención, quisiera señalar que este nuevo dominio de las operaciones viene a reafirmar la necesidad de revisar nuestras organizaciones y nuestros procedimientos para adoptar tecnologías emergentes y disruptivas con prontitud, tanto para complementar nuestras capacidades actuales como para obtener otras nuevas más adaptadas a los nuevos escenarios de competición multidominio a los que ya se ha unido, desde nuestro punto de vista, el subacuático y el de los fondos marinos. Thank you very much for your attention.
Admiral Antonio, thank you very much indeed. For a third perspective now to Admiral Enrique from Portugal, please.
Admiral Credendino, thank you for the organization of this fantastic symposium. ladies and gentlemen, admirals, officers, and all distinguished guests. I will speak about, if you don't understand my English because it's not perfect, you can revert to the Portuguese language there. And, I will speak not only about the underwater sea, the underwater world, but new ideas, innovation, and how can we solve problems that are new to us. So I will pass a very small movie about RAPMUS, which is a big exercise that we make each year and is based on innovation and new technologies. So. This exercise last year, this year, 30 nations, 2,500 people, and 17 ships. So during this exercise, we shoot also 3 missiles and 2 torpedoes, and we conduct a huge amount of exercises. In 3 weeks, more than 700 events of experimentation. It is the countries that took part on the exercise. We are doing this for the last 15 years, and now I think we get some attention from the international community, mainly NATO community. But what is the problem we are trying to solve? The problem is there is this guy, this called Martex law, which have this idea that organizations change at a logarithmic rate, slow, like an elephant, lots of inertia. But technology is advanced as a Speedy Gonzales. So we have a gap that we have to solve. And traditional, we are not solving this gap. So the way we are doing is not enough. The war in Ukraine also shows us that we have to change the way we are doing things. And so there are these two approaches. The normal approach, which is the upper approach, is we have a need, we collect our operational requirements, we do lots of papers, and then we try to make a contract, a bidding, and then a construct. This take at least 7 years to get something, at least. We are now testing a new way to do it. We had a need, we just make an idea, prototype, we test, and we go in cycles until the prototype is mature enough. So then we write the documents and we mass produce that prototype after the prototype is working. This way, we call the Speedy Gonzalez way, don't solve all problems, but for many of the problems is the fast solutions. So what REP must do is the Speedy Gonzalez process. We join industry and academia in a big exercise, testing lots of things. Crazy guys came there with lots of crazy things, and we say, this is not good or is good, and we test, we compare. It's a community. Today, this exercise is more a community of makers, military makers, than any other thing. So then we have the feedback, and we start to have some products from this innovation process. What we are dealing is a complex puzzle. There is a lots of things that we have to solve. The energy, the density of energy for drones, the size of drones, the endurance, the autonomy, artificial intelligence, how to work in multi-domain, how cross the barrier from underwater, surface and air, and also land. Can we have a command for everything, and standard protocols, lots of problems we are saving. Navigation, the war in electromagnetic spectrum, and cyber. But we are tackling all these problems in this big exercise, in this community, which is more than a Portuguese exercise. It's not anymore a Portuguese exercise. It's an international exercise driven by a community of interests. Where this exercise happened in a naval base that we have in south of Lisbon, which is dedicated all year to experimentation and crazy things. I am joking, saying if you see a sausage flying from that base, is not a UFO, is only an experimentation. And this year we had a sausage flying. You will see this thing that is like a sausage and drops things. This is crazy stuff, but it's working. So why this is good? Because we make a free technological zone where we can test lots of things without bureaucratic. We can test from an idea to go there and to put assets and tests not more than 2 weeks. And we have 1,000 nautical miles of sea space, air space, underwater space, and also free space considering the electromagnetic spectrum. What we have done this year, which is different, the Portuguese Navy, we make an artificial island with a computer in water, making a server which save lots of energy because, you know, for cooling the computer, 60% of energy is cooling computers. So we test this system and it's working very well. So little solar panels, battery, and the computer immersed, and it works well. Then we have a silicon sailor. Do you remember the Star Wars movie, the R2-D2? Yes. The R2-D2, we are making the R2-D2 to join with carbon sailors that are us. We call the silicon sailors these guys. And for the first time, we start to do it. We start to do it. And the amazing thing is we had this camera that speaks to us. When the bandwidth shrinks, the camera did not send any more image, but tell us what it's seeing, saying there is 4 trucks, one is armed, going north, and there is 20 guys there on the east side of the picture. And this is happening. This is AI, and this is very important. And we did also and test for the first time this USV we call Barracuda. Will be a great thing for us. But I expect navies will start to do that as a regular base. This is the tradition. We are in a world that we want to join all technology or old ideas, frigates, destroyers, this big stuff, with new things. And we try connect, making some kind of network. But our opinion, our Portuguese opinion, I don't know if we are jumping to avoid, but we will see, is we have to make a special ship for that. So we are making already the ship. The first plate have been put in Romania, which is made there last week. So in 2026, this ship is navigating, and we will see if the ideas are good or not. This ship will enhance the capabilities of drones. It's not only a ship that works with drones. So what have been the groundbreaking from innovation is in this slide. I will not read the slide, but the acoustic barriers are one of the most important things that we have developed. The multi-static detection also is having the first and good results, and AI and underwater Internet of Things also. So we have tested. We put some signals inside a normal communication cable, light signals, and through light we start to detect acoustic things on the cable. And also we put very simple acoustic barriers that detect lots of things, and now with the autonomous drones we are also testing this multi-static thing to guarantee that underwater we'll get a better oversight than what we today can do it. This is some of results. You can see clear contacts here. This is made in a normal communication cable. We just put an input signal. It's a light signal, and then we start to measure some things from the light signal, and we start to get the acoustic data from a normal cable with underwater. And this cable also can, it's not only detect energy, but also detect frequencies, so we can also correlate and with some kind of intel or information about targets. And with a vector sensing, you see the black line is where the target was, the IES position, and the red dots, it was the results of this sensing. And this is working very well. So this is amazing good, and we believe that underwater operations will be a little more difficult. For us, submariners will be a nightmare, but we have to solve these problems. So for last, we are trying to do this multi-static barrier like a school of fish, trying to get a target which is there and then pursuing this target in a very intelligent way, in an autonomous way. This little boat that you see there, our Barracuda can be alone 30 days at sea and can operate until 50 knots, and we'll have a towed array and can also have torpedoes under the keel to shoot if something appears. So will be a very complex thing in the future. So ladies and gentlemen, I think I made my time, so please, next presentation. Thank you. Thank you.
Admiral Enrique, thank you very much. And I think we've just had the privilege in the audience of seeing the initial cut of Top Gun 3, Autonomy, played out. For a final, from this panel at any rate, a final perspective, please, Admiral Lisa and the United States.
Buona giornata, signori, signor. Good morning, buenos dias. Great to see everyone today, fellow heads of Navy. It is really an honor to be here with all of you in Venice. I really want to say thank you very much, grazie, for Enrico, for this wonderful opportunity, to the Italian Navy for the amazing coordination for this entire symposium. I really appreciate it. And again, it's great to be here for this symposium, the 14th Trans-Regional Seapower Symposium, which has been really effective in so many years to bring together all of our navies, the international perspective, industry, and academia since 1996, so we could come together and share perspectives and find solutions to the common challenges that we all face. So thank you for creating such a timely and important program for a discussion with all of our partners here today. It is great to be here among friends who are united by our shared values, our shared commitment, and our shared stake in the continued stability, security, and prosperity of the entire global maritime commons, especially in the undersea domain. I think the theme of this year's symposium could not be more relevant or more important. And I think based on the discussions that we had yesterday and the presentations by my fellow panelists, the community of nations represented here understands well that these are turbulent and challenging times, and that the international system that has provided us with security and stability for over 3/4 of a century is under threat in every ocean and in every domain, above, on, and under the sea. We've all scanned the horizon and see the forces that are threatening to make the world more unstable and more dangerous. And we have all experienced the devastation of natural disasters, which are intensified by a changing climate, and have become increasingly aware of the impacts and the opportunities offered by deep sea mining, renewable energy, and underwater farming. And we've witnessed the vulnerabilities of our critical undersea infrastructure, like gas pipelines, fiber optic cables, which are so critical to our economies, our shared security, our prosperity, and our people's way of everyday life. In this increasingly unpredictable world, security through partnership is critical, because no one navy and no one single nation can handle all of these challenges alone. Because, as we've seen many times throughout this discussions, we all come from the sea and we depend on the sea. And I think this is no different in the underwater domain, where the United States Navy and our undersea force of submarines, unmanned undersea vehicles, and undersea systems are working alongside allies and partners to safeguard our collective security and prosperity in this critical domain. In order to do that, the United States Navy is first leveraging modern technology, just like Enrique just talked about, robotic autonomous systems, underwater command and control networks, and sensing and detection systems. Second, and I think very importantly, is integrating these systems into the fleet and adopting the new technology, getting the innovation into the hands of our sailors as quickly as possible. And third, by building relationships and having conversations with all of you. On the first, the United States Navy is investing in advanced undersea capabilities to complement the capabilities of our submarines and enhance our collective security in the underwater domain. We know that our nuclear-powered fast attack submarines give us an asymmetric advantage that we need against potential adversaries. But we also know that robotic and autonomous systems like unmanned underwater vehicles will expand, extend, and bolster the reach, resilience, and the capabilities of our conventionally manned fleet. Integrating those robotic and autonomous systems into the daily business of our operations is a critical part of my recently released navigation plan for America's warfighting Navy, really my strategic guidance to the fleet to make my Navy more ready. It's one of my 7 Project 33 targets, areas where I will invest my personal time and my resources, where I'm going to put my thumb on the scale to raise the baseline level of the American Navy in the fastest time possible, to make sure that we are ready for anything that comes our way, working alongside all of you. And I think alongside these robotic and autonomous systems, we're investing in underwater command and control networks, as well as advanced sensing and detection systems to better connect and distribute information to our forces and our allies and partners so we can have an enhanced maritime underwater domain awareness. And finally, we're investing in our people, those who will operate these robotic and autonomous systems. And earlier this year, I established the enlisted Robotics Warfare Specialist rating. And I am currently exploring how my Navy can grow robotic expertise in our officer corps as well. On the second, we are rapidly prototyping, testing, and deploying these advanced capabilities so we can get more players out there on the field and proven capabilities into the hands of our sailors at the speed of relevance. We're working very closely, as all the navies are, with our industry partners to field additional capability to our warfighters. In every fleet, our sailors are operating these systems both independently and with industry to provide a real-time feedback loop and offer ways to improve our interoperability, our integration, and our adoption of these critically important emerging technologies. And on the third, we are continuing to closely collaborate with you, all of our allies and partners, in your respective innovation bases to advance our capabilities in the undersea domain. And I see us doing this together as part of a broader warfighting ecosystem. It's another component in my navigation plan, which is really fundamental to my vision of how we will deter and, if necessary, fight and win future wars. I think the warfighting ecosystem can best be explained as a global security ecosystem where partners can plug in and contribute their capabilities, whether it's information, it's logistics, people, maritime domain awareness, to help create a shared understanding and awareness and deliver compounding effects in service of a safe, secure, and sustainable undersea domain. It is a system in which the layered capabilities of each of our navies enable and are enabled by each other. All of us here are continuing to learn a great deal about the changing character of war in the aftermath of Russia's horrific and unjustified invasion of Ukraine, and in the aftermath of continued Houthi ballistic missile, cruise missile, and drone attacks on civilian mariners in the Red Sea. We have all seen the impacts of the use of robotic and autonomous systems in every single domain. It is important that all of us convert those lessons learned into real action so we can enhance our collective capability to tackle these shared challenges. And right now, all around the world, the United States Navy is working with many of you to expand interoperability and interchangeability in robotic and autonomous systems. Whether we're in Europe, we are working alongside our partners, also with NATO, MARCOM, and sub-NATO through REPMIS, as we just talked about. A very exceptional opportunity for us all to get in the playground of autonomy and work together and learn. We're also really looking forward to exercise Dynamic Messenger in 2025, integrating more robotic and autonomous systems into maritime operations. But we're also doing this in other places around the world. In South America, through the FLEX series, in the Indo-Pacific, through RIMPAC, and other opportunities, like in the Middle East, in the 5th Fleet, where we have Task Force 59. This is critically important, both the work we're doing with Task Force 59 and in 4th Fleet in South America through the Fleet series of exercises is really part of a broader culture of experimentation. And we can focus that experimentation in a way that helps us rapidly transition successful experiments into real-world fielded capabilities. I really look forward to accelerating our naval integration with each of you so we can work more seamlessly together in the undersea domain as well in every other domain. I think this week we have a great opportunity to improve our understanding, strengthen our security, and increase our interoperability as partners to enhance our collective ability to get after the challenges that we face in this very complex undersea domain. Because I know by working together, we will always be stronger together. Each of your navies has an important role and brings valued expertise to this ecosystem, and it's absolutely critical in our understanding and tackling the challenges we see today, but also those that are out there on the horizon. So thank you very much for the opportunity to be with you today, for all of the great discussions this week, and I look forward to furthering this conversation when we have an International Seapower Symposium next October in Newport, Rhode Island, and then the celebration of America's 250th birthday in the Philadelphia. My unpaid advertisement to be able to continue the conversation with you all at the Seapower Symposium next fall. Thank you very much.
Admiral Lisa, thank you very much. And can I, on behalf of my fellow European panelists, congratulate you on reaching the youthful age of 250 in your Navy. We've had 4 really interesting perspectives shared, and I'm conscious that in the limited time that we were afforded, we've overshot and a coffee break beckons. But a couple of thoughts from me. I think when all of us joined our respective navies, the underwater domain and the battle we fought on it was about freedom of maneuver of surface vessels in the main and submarines, where the great threats were from a torpedo or from a mine. We were laying cables across the surface of the ocean for telephone reasons, and we were laying pipelines for energy, but their security was assumed. And at the time, the economies upon which we all depend were not so invested on the seabed. But as one of my staff pointed out to me recently, the cloud that we talk so freely about in the internet actually moves along the seabed now. And I think what we have heard is the need for a strategy, each country developing national strategies, which must be multi-agency and all of government if they're to succeed. And I would offer as well international, because our prosperity is so closely intertwined. We need to think about a new doctrinal approach to how we deal with this. It isn't just about technology, but it's about the way we think, the way we operate, and the lessons we share with each other. And we're not doing this from a standing start. The first time I saw Repnus, it was very much dealing with the mine threat. Now, as we saw from the really excellent film from Amiral Enrique, it is across all of the autonomy technologies that we're doing. And we're investing in it in a fail-fast mechanism, because that's how we accelerate the learning. And whilst, as the professor challenged us with at the early stages, we're not moving our decision-making at the technological speed. We're still in a kind of an analog or logarithmic thing. I do have some confidence that we're beginning to get our arms around it, because as Admiral Lisa pointed out, by putting these technologies in the hands of our sailors, allowing them to experiment, to fail fast, to show us what works, and for us to double down on the successes, we do have a chance. The fact that, Admiral Enrico, you have given up an entire 2-day conference for us to discuss these things gives me great confidence that we will find the solutions, and we had a shared international commitment to doing so. I am conscious that there are probably a lot of questions in the crowd, but I'm also aware that our moderator has emerged silently across here. And if there are, I would suggest questions for this panel. They might be better phrased in the second part after the coffee break, where I'm sure Professor Alessandro will allow us the mic if that is appropriate.
So we have something like 15 minutes for the Q&A, otherwise we can directly jump as you prefer.
Let's see if we can take a couple of questions. We can test then the desire for coffee versus discussion. I've proved my point.
So we call for the coffee break, sir. Thank you, and we can reconvene at 11. Please take your seats. Distinguished guests, we are about to start again. I kindly ask you to take your seats. Dear guests, please take your seats so we can start the session. So, we are about to restart the session. There are some available seats also closer to the stage, so you can come closer. Okay, I think we can start again. And as previously mentioned, we are beginning the second sub-panel, and I would like to invite to the stage the distinguished members of the second sub-panel, Professor Alessio Patalano, who is the chairperson, General Stefano Conte, Dr. Eric Poliquet, and General Giuseppe Zaffarana. And Mr. Alessandro Pansa. Lei è lì, generale? Generale è lì?
Qua sono io, sicuro.
Dalla parte di là, generale.
Mi sa che ci siamo.
Professor Patalano, nice to see you again. Please.
Lovely. Thank you very much. As General MacArthur noted in 1944, I am back, as they say. So please do have patience bearing having me around for another panel. First of all, what we'll try to do with the second component of this panel is to go through the opening remarks, but then during the question time, we'll try to collect questions on both components, on both sections. I think it is fair to say that the first panel, the first component of the panel, delivered to us a clear sense of tension between time and the ability to translate the speed at which technology is bringing around change into operationally viable solutions through capabilities for the war fighters. But it is interesting because as a military historian, you think about the conversations around that tension, and in many ways it resonates. Certainly with the 1920s and 1930s, where there was a similar anxiety and technology was changing the way in which one operates at a much higher speed that organizations were capable of processing. What was interesting also in the first panel is that it set that in fundamental context, because technology is going to help us finding answers, but not setting the questions themselves. Those questions sit clearly in the realm of policy and strategy. This second component unfolds from that political strategic context of why the seabed matters and the undersea domain needs to be explored further. And we're digging, if you want, one level down. We started to drill into that link between technology, innovation, and the importance of driving it towards operational effectiveness. And I'm very pleased to say that the speakers for this second component have all different elements of practical experience to bring to their current jobs. And we have speakers coming from the Guardia di Finanza, from the military, from the police, long-standing decades of experience that are now brought about more firmly into the realm of research and innovation. The other thing that I would say about what brings the commonality of the biographies of the speakers that I have in this component is how they are all coming from that intersection of the cooperative space, the space that both internationally as well as nationally from a private sector addresses an issue that was raised by the previous speakers in terms of the necessity to coordinate and cooperate with each other. We all understand now the importance of the undersea domain. How do we work together? So I'm very pleased to see that we have a representative from the European Defence Agency, from NATO Science and Technology Organization Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation. We've got Sparkle. These are all elements of expertise that remind us that technology without the necessary element of practical, operationally driven experience will not be able to give us a sense of direction. Research as an academic, I can say for a fact, it's a beautiful thing. But research that needs to produce military effects need to have that element of guidance in order to identify what particular aspects of technological innovation need to be prioritized over others. So, on the back of this, what I will do is follow just the order as it was presented. So, first person, looking to my right, General Stefano Conte, please, can I give the floor to you? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes. Oh, to go to the stage? If you want.
Yeah, well.
So long as we say the 8-10 minutes.
Yes, absolutely. Well, admirals, generals, distinguished guests, first let me really thank you for inviting the European Defence Agency to this high-level symposium. I'm definitely delighted for the opportunity to bring our European Union perspective into this debate. And since this morning and yesterday so much has been said, I will try to skip some elements that I was in my mind presenting as relevant and concentrate exactly my presentation on 3 points.
3 points that pretty much resume the approach that we have to seabed operation and warfare from a European Union. First, a conceptual approach on what is the underwater environment for us. Second, deriving from that, what is our approach to be able to operate in that area, and what we are planning to do to develop specific capabilities to operate in that area. And finally, briefly, kind of a promotion, I will touch upon what we as EDA could provide as a contribution to support member state needs to proceed on this very relevant subject. First, let me start with the conclusion. And I tell you right away that we at EDA, we see clearly that the underwater and the seabed warfare for us should be considered as a dominion in its own. Definitely like it is space and it is cyber. And let me elaborate why we are convinced in that. First, well, it has become relevant, contested, and if I can say, newly discovered by the large part of the public and even at political level or other levels of attention. Second, there is an element of critical infrastructures that provide vital services for the functioning of our entire society that lies on the seabed. And more important, there is an opening into the future in terms of exploiting the seabed treasures or resources that could provide for the future absolutely necessary raw materials or resources for our member states. In a way, is a global common, because everybody, like it was said this morning, can access, can move there, can benefit of there. So he has to be attention. Then he has physical characteristics that are unique and is largely unexplored, that resemble to me space in a certain way. And we need to really work in a way that we can have safely and effectively exploiting this new dominion. That require obviously new technologies and new capabilities to be developed. But what we think is very relevant, we need even to think about on how conceptually to operate there. So from a military point of view, we need to develop new CONOPS, new doctrines on how to operate there. And that is a strand of work that we are already working on. How I can see that? Well, it's definitely an extension of the surface of the sea or the shallow waters, if I can say. So let me sell you this concept, or that is the concept how we see the deep water or the seabed activities. Like we have a very known concept like brown waters and blue waters for the navies. I think here we have to explore the black waters. That is the new domain represented by the seabed. Moving to the second point, how we believe that we are going to act to operationalize and to create capabilities for this new environment. Well, first, we need to have a clear picture and a clear understanding of what is going on. So we need to build and maintain a solid situational awareness that is not really different from what we do in other domains. So if we are talking about space situational awareness as a very much important topic, I think we should talk about even underwater situational awareness that is indeed very necessary. And obviously it should be a complement to the overall existing maritime situational awareness, well, with an underwater picture. Second, we need to develop the specific capabilities. And to develop the specific capabilities, we need to understand better what is the nature of the underwater warfare. what are the technologies that we need to operate there, and what kind of strengths we have to use to go in that way. And the unmanned maritime systems, like I heard this morning extensively, they definitely do represent a clear instrument to achieve and reach and operate in this domain. But what is operationally the path that we are pursuing? And it's based on 3 elements. First, we need to absolutely balance what are the operational capabilities that we can achieve or acquire in the short term. Every member state, any country is moving in this direction very, very quickly. But we need to balance that with a more ambitious project in the long term, starting from R&T and then R&D, and then looking forward to understand what are the requirements for long-term projects, in a way that we cannot just look at fix the present without addressing the future. That should be something that we, as a way of acting, we don't like it. Second element, it was mentioned this morning again, we are exploring all possible synergies between civilian and military activities for 2 reasons. The first reason, that the private sector has already several important capabilities in the sector. And the second element, that because primarily, like I said in the opening part, the seabed will be territory for critical infrastructures and resources, where mostly civilian will operate in normal time. And linked to these 2 important elements, we are working to synergize the effort. So far, our mapping of the situation tells that every member state in a way or another, every state in a way or another is exploring to develop its own capabilities. And at the same time, even different departments outside defense are trying to have their own pictures and their own technologies. We think that there is the possibility to lose the opportunity to have synergy here. So that's why we are working a lot to create a common effort toward the development of concept, toward the development of technologies, and toward the development of solution, where collaboration represents the real multiplying factors within the system. Personally, if I can say that, the final element that we are looking is something that it looks naturally easy, but is not. We are talking about priorities. We cannot pretend to be able to defend everything. There is no way that we can defend actually 1.5 million kilometers of cables underwater. That's not going to happen. We need to choose clearly what we want to defend, and we need to address priorities even in developing our capabilities. And that is, it looks obvious, but it is not so easy in coming up to the convergence points of the different national plans and interests toward this direction. So there is a lot to do in this element. So to close my intervention, let me say briefly what we can do for our member state to support their effort in this direction. Well, first, we are developing and supporting the development of concept of operation, like I say, for the domain. Second, we can offer expertise and facilitate the dialogue among different member states, bring the member states together in a way that they can share their objectives and they can share their plans into the future to see if there are possibilities for collaboration among different member states. And as a consequence, harmonizing requirements, because harmonization of requirements is the key initial factor to be able to work together on solutions. Third, we can support for the short-term effort in aggregating the demand. We have already doing a lot of these activities in the past few years, because aggregating the demand could lead to joint procurement of capability. In this way, achieving economy of scale, achieving solutions that cost less, facilitating security of supply, logistic chains, and exchange of information between the different members, and interoperability at the most, if not interchangeability. Finally, and that is probably something that few other defense agencies can do, we can facilitate the interface within the European Union institution, and not only, within the European Union civilian institution and department that are dealing on the same subject from either a civilian or regulatory point of view. We are able to bring the military needs, the military perspective, and the military point of view in drafting regulations, in drafting the way to pursue the environment, and, if I can say, in even accessing resources on a dual-use project that can benefit both the civilian technologies and the military technologies and solutions. And with that, I will conclude and leave more space for the question. Thank you.
General, thank you so much for this. Something that emerged very clearly. We were talking about cooperation, and Admiral Franchetti made this point loud and clear earlier on in her remarks. And what you're saying here is that European Defence Agency provides that convening capacity. A convening capacity to address three fundamental issues when we're looking at the undersea domain. One is ensuring that short-term requirements are carried out with long-term objectives in mind. And that's an important point, because if technology keeps changing, thinking about how we're looking at the sort of domain of the future, it's a reverse engineering sort of exercise, and perhaps it takes some of that anxiety of the technology a bit off the edge, as it were. The second element that you pointed out is this convening capacity to translate and enabling complementarity. Not all actors will have the same capabilities in terms of research, innovation to bring to the table, but they might have niche elements to it. The EDA then becomes a really important place where, by pooling together, we've got more than just the sum of its components. And then I think harmonizing the standards, the practices, so to plant the seeds for long-term interoperability and interchangeability. So thank you very much for this, incredibly helpful. General Panzer, I'm looking at you because your time is now, as they say. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to give up you the perspective of a company that I could say lives in an underwater world. Okay, sorry. Underwater domain, in my opinion, there are two principal aspects. Firstly, opportunity, and second, underwater domain also involve aspect of security. As president of Sparkle, I can explain what opportunity is underwater through Sparkle activities now and our future project to come. Opportunity, this offers possibility of developing the aspect of technology with important implication in many sectors, as well as the possibility to consider this part of the planet not only with the idea to exploit, but also to protect. Referring to security, I feel involved in particular way because my previous position in the public administration, I was the responsible person in charge of public security, and after that, I was put in charge of national security. Security, at the moment, this is a topic not well known, and not well known and not discussed frequently. Referring to security, we don't have legislation appropriate enough, or we don't have any legislation at all. This situation can be a factor of insecurity with the consequences of having to develop measures of security more adaptable, more efficient. let's go back the first topic, opportunity. As I have said, the sparkle activities is central in underwater. This is an overview of Sparkle. Sparkle is a global career with multinational reach, 100 years old, presence in 34 countries and commercial operation in more than 40 countries. Sparkle operates and manages a network of 600,000 kilometers of fiber, Mare, submarine. Sparkle has focused its own investment plan in infrastructure connecting high-growing digital markets considered as possible gateway for the sea, for the area. These is our global backbone. Italy has a natural centrality in the Mediterranean area, and Sparkle has a #1 operator in working to increase the communication links with the neighboring countries also through new hubs. Sparkle has been investing to create new corridors and new hubs, for example, Genoa and Panama, to anticipate market needs. As I have already said, opportunity can offer a network of submarine communication, not only for commercial intention. In fact, our infrastructure is used to signal earthquakes and tsunamis. As the slide shows, the combination of submarine and data analytics offers the possibility of identifying seismic events on the seabed and on the coast to support the earthquake and tsunami monitoring and warning network. Let's move to the second aspect, security. That is my principal topic. The underwater domain is characterized underwater critical infrastructures, power supply and communication, assets to be extended and protected. Strategic nature of the Mediterranean area, and Italy is central in the Mediterranean area, the junction of 3 continents, resource, trade, and communication. Lack of the technology necessary for adequate surveillance. The technology for underwater domain is not yet as advanced or developed as the available. For example, for another default domain to outer space. What can Sparkle do in cooperation with the team group? Here in synthesis, what we are doing now and what we are thinking to do in the near future. Advanced communication and sensing for underwater domain monitoring, activity and projects for the future. Focus in infrastructure diversification to increase level of resiliency, with Blue Raman first and new Green Med crossing the Adriatic Sea to link Middle East to Europe. Sparkle is making the whole system for robust. If you remember yesterday, Mayor of Venice, Brugnaro, he asked to redouble our cable from Palermo, Genoa, in Adriatico to connect Venice. And we have this project to connect Adriatic Sea. Fiber optic backbones are extended for simultaneous communication and sensing, even quantum. Modular design additional fiber optic networks, fixed or dynamic, can be added and cooperated. Classification of maritime activities using noise generated by passing vessels, submarine, or drones. Integration of the underwater segment with surface or airborne sensor, integrated surveillance across multiple domains, submarine vessel aircraft. Everything we have said and for a long time has characterized the Sparkle activities today. Thanks to Marina Militare, we would like warmly thank it for permitting our involvement, we have Polo Nazionale per la Subacquea. This has given us the possibility to bring together many diversified experiences, put together different interests toward the same target, combine public and private demands with unique understanding. All of this permit our country to position itself in this sectoral advance and competitive at the same level of a strong country and, as I said, over-the-top OTT. Multiple stressors and needs to consider cumulative impacts require a more holistic approach to ocean governance based on integrated management and the ecosystem approach. Ocean governance is fragmented across many international organizations that manage fisher, shipping, and environmental protection. It's very important that our government proposed the bill in matter of security for underwater activities, which create an agency. As the government has said, the proposed bill focused to define a regulation appropriate to the new needs caused by anthropization in the underwater environment, which extend from ocean, sea, river, and lakes up to seabed. It is this aspect which I intend to underline. In my opinion, it's now and in the future a very important element. International law applied under the open waters. International law normally consists in treaties and conventions. Up to today, have given regulation in specific area of the water use, for example, for fishing to shipping, from mining to pollution. In all these complex regulations, not systemic and not known by everyone, underwater domain has never had an autonomous and specific position, but always been implicated in sea law. An example, not everyone respects the exclusive economic zone, and we need to have an effective law. Today, it's essential that the new developed technologies and the new frontiers in underwater environment are regulated as soon as possible and respected by everyone to guarantee a correct governance in underwaters. Thanks again to Marina Militare, Capo di Stato Maggiore della Marina, l'Ammiraglio Credentino, and all those who have had patience to listen to me. Thank you.
Dr. Panza, thank you so much for your presentation, which reminded me of how important it is not only to understand what we're discussing today, but also to learn how to communicate it and how to make it tangible. And this idea, your call for getting more understanding of what security is, it's one thing that I definitely took away from your presentation, in particular linking undersea domain, and I think we're coming to an agreement where that we should look at it as a genuine domain, particularly sort of as a part of the broader discussion over security in terms of resilience. Yesterday we heard about the importance of the undersea domain in terms of understanding and managing epidemics, but today you added something really important about disasters and the possibility to contribute to mitigating and anticipating. And here I am brought back to the triple disaster in Japan of March 2011, and an enormous amount of disaster that was avoided depended crucially on the Japanese sea-based detection system for tsunamis. So thank you for reminding us of that. And the other thing was the what. I think the first presentation laid out a really important challenge to us, and that is, how do we, in practical terms, pursue the security of the undersea domain, and in particular when it comes to the critical undersea infrastructure. In your presentation, looking at the example of the Mediterranean, there's something that emerged very clearly to me, and it's this question of two components. One, governance as an enabler for states to do something about it, but also to constrain those who want to take action and fragment the international governance system. But also, how, if we look at these networks, this spaghetti bowl of pipelines and undersea cables, there are points of convergence. Much like the surface, where you have choke points that have strategic value, you also have in the undersea domain these points of convergence, these hubs. And so perhaps thinking about your question that you presented to us, the Mediterranean offers a beginning of an answer in the sense that perhaps we should focus on the places where there is a convergence of vulnerabilities as a starting point for that resilience. And in that context, different theaters with different depth will allow us to think differently about how much we can do in the undersea domain and how transparent or non-transparent that is, and in turn, therefore, changing the parameters of how we think about security and operating in that undersea environment. So thank you so much for that. Eric, I'm looking at you. Tell us all about what NATO is looking at from a research and innovation perspective in this seemingly crucially important space. Thank you.
Thank you. Admirals, Generals, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you to the Marina Militare and particularly to his commander, Admiral Credendino, for the invitation. So unlike the previous speakers from this morning and yesterday, my address comes from a different viewpoint when it's about the undersea. I have a scientific and technological background, and my current job is director of the Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation at La Spezia, so a few hours from here. And then for those who do not know the CMRE, you may find it actually interesting that this is the only NATO research laboratory. And it happens that this laboratory focuses on the maritime, and more particularly on the undersea. So it's quite interesting, I think, for this audience to have that in mind, that NATO has been actually focusing deliberately on the maritime domain and particularly undersea since the beginning of the Cold War. And it is still true today. It's still very important today for NATO and for our alliance. Hence the need for superior naval capabilities to protect sea trade, our territorial integrity, and interest to ensure safe sea trade, and increasingly to protect our energy supply, communication lines and infrastructure. And think of the transatlantic link. It's actually a physical transatlantic link today that we need to protect. So this is where science and technology contributes to that upstream part of capability development, either conducted nationally, multinationally, or under the NATO flag. And this is what I represent today. So I wish to mention a few examples of pioneering science and technology achievements that were carried out under the NATO flag, just for you to get an idea of what we've been up to for the last few decades. I skip the propagation models that are pretty much in use in every fleet in the world that were developed by us, to talk about the low-frequency active sonar for ASW. It was pioneered at the center a few decades ago, and is on the fleets today. Same thing for the synthetic aperture sonar, particularly for mine hunting, for imaging the seabed. It was invented at CMRE, and it's being used by nearly all the mine warfare community in the world. And more recently, I'm talking about 10 years ago, in 2014, during a NATO exercise, 2 CMRE underwater robots detected a submarine and tracked it for hours thanks to their own artificial intelligence. So that's a data point that tells you that even 10 years ago, it was a bit of a Sputnik moment for us. We were able actually to operate robots to do business at sea. So the point here is that science and technology has been delivering tangible outputs that eventually have transitioned to our navies, and particularly our alliance navies. So now looking at some of the current and future challenges that have been mentioned today and yesterday, I'd like to talk about what keeps our scientists and engineers busy today and what we envisage as emerging in the near future in 2 areas, ASW and the protection of critical undersea infrastructure. So it may be a little bit provocative, but I'd like to stimulate a bit of a debate. So I would like to start by mentioning the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine. From a technological and military standpoint, what we have observed, among other things, since 2022, is the accelerated obsolescence of process of some military capabilities and the emergence of new ones. It's always happened during conflicts. Indeed, the fielding of new technologies combined with new tactics have introduced asymmetries on the battlefield. For example, the main battle tank and the fighter jets have revealed their particular vulnerability on land and in air, respectively. In the Black Sea, larger, not even so large, surface naval units proved themselves very vulnerable to missile strikes and unmanned surface platforms, keeping the Russian Navy at bay in a very defensive posture. We all see that. We have all observed this. So if we translate and extrapolate this to the undersea, it would be naive on my part to think that the undersea domain would be immune to what is happening on land, in air, and on the sea surface. Especially if we take a close look at the emergence of maturing of several technologies that combined together are also changing and shaping the undersea battlefield. It was mentioned earlier by the US Navy Chief CNO, such as new sensing technologies, soliciting different kinds of physics, and I won't dwell on that, improved underwater communication technologies, and secure ones, the maturing of surface and undersea unmanned and autonomous systems thanks to the improvement of positioning and navigation, and on onboard intelligence and enhanced energy storage. I should also list all the enhanced sense-making and support to decision-making thanks to data centricity supported by data science and artificial intelligence. And last but not least, the affordability of such capabilities compared to traditional platforms, which allow greater area coverage and range of impact at a fraction of the cost of vulnerable high-value units. So said differently, it is not crazy to imagine tens of thousands, maybe even millions, of intelligent, autonomous, and network sensors and effectors, mobile and static, able to aggregate, for instance, to produce on demand an ASW barrier in a specific strategic underwater area. So as a result, it is also reasonable to think that traditional platforms, submarines, for instance, despite their increased performance in terms of discretion and endurance, will be at a much increased risk and with limited room to maneuver in some specific areas. The technologies I mentioned are in part what CMRE and fellow national laboratories in seafaring NATO nations, scientists and engineers are actively working on. We are, by the way, testing the precursor of those technologies that I mentioned this week in the Gulf of Taranto. And thank you, Admiral De Carolis, for giving us the possibility to test it against real submarines and frigates. In light of this, art of the possible, I believe that there is a real need for hard decisions to be made with respect to naval capability development and acquisition. And we all have to face resistance to change, and I think we have to actually face it hardly. So a quick word on the protection of critical undersea infrastructures, which is a strategic priority to NATO. We are actively looking at the problem of protecting from, predicting, and managing attacks on COIs. We need to learn from past problems, such as, for example, the roadside bombs, IEDs, encountered in Iraq and Afghanistan in the past 2 decades or so, which needed a much larger approach than just focusing on the device or focusing on a military technological approach, which proved that it was not sufficient. We also have to work on policy, on strategy, on legal aspects, on multinational agreements, on addressing fragmentation, especially in the area of data, which requires a whole of government approach. We heard that earlier, bringing all the industrial sectors around the same table. I think it's fundamental to focus on strategy before we actually start looking at technology. So back to technology, our expertise has been to develop technologies able to identify anomalies in the maritime environment. That's our bread and butter since the 50s, such as the signature of a submarine, of a sea mine, or a suspicious vessel, for instance. So as part of the COI protection falls in the crux of all of this. So we really are in the middle of everything we've been working on in the past. Much of our effort is to currently develop a data-centric, and I insist on data-centric because this is a key for successful future MDO. Data-centric approach for persistent ISR and situational awareness, combining data from seabed to space. We cannot focus on the undersea in isolation. So concretely, we are about to deliver a first prototype to our Maritime Command in Northwood, in the COI Center, that will monitor specific COIs areas of interest. This is obviously not the panacea, but it is a significant step and in the right direction. So just the last couple thoughts in closing. I mentioned strategy. We need national and collective visions and strategy for the undersea. That's a techie that tells you this. Too few nations have one so far, and so I think it's really important to focus on that. And for technology to be effective, we need everything around, so the .LPFI, sorry for the acronym, doctrine, interoperability standards, and by the way, we are working on a STANAG, a standardization agreement, that will codify and provide the grammar and the vocabulary for robots to operate together. We are about to finish the document, and it shall be approved in 2025, so this is really encouraging. And we need just to work on turning technology into a proper military capability. Admiral Huevo de Emelo mentioned Speedy Gonzalez. You know his cousin, the slowest mouse in the West. We need to actually focus on being faster in developing our capabilities because we are in a race. And then my last point maybe is about the Arctic. We just come back from 3 months of measurements in the Arctic. Very important. Ambassador Talot, we discussed this earlier. It is changing rapidly. Ice melting, ice cap is melting, and we discover new things every year. The oceanography is different. There is a phenomenon called the Atlantification of the high north. New fronts, new sound speed profiles, different noise levels. We need to understand that to be able to actually do a proper job up there as well. So thank you very much for your attention.
Dr. Polican, thank you so much for this. And again, you added an extra layer. On one hand, you reinforced this part of the conversation whereby you need national and then if you want, in order to have cooperation in the multinational context, an international sort of approach to strategy. And these strategies need to talk to each other. And what you said in that respect was very complementary with the European Defence Agency. There was a natural conversation. In Europe, perhaps one of the good things that I'm taking away from this component of our panel is that complementarity between creating the political frameworks, thinking about governance, and on the other hand, thinking about strategies that need to create the space for science and technology to deliver on the capabilities. So the operational and political conversation sitting underneath that broader strategic umbrella, really important. There was also something that you said about where NATO is, that it started to become, again, something that I'm taking away from this conference, and that is the experience of the aggressive war in Ukraine waged by Russia. It's providing us with a number of raw materials. We cannot predict the future fully, but the experience of the Black Sea, and perhaps to some extent what's happening in the Red Sea as well, is starting to give us some elements to think about. And that is important from our perspective, because that's where the conversation that we have here, that is an international conversation, provides us with some initial thoughts for widening and strengthening the network of interactions that we have. Here I'm thinking about, as an Indo-Pacific specialist, I'm thinking about the conversation within AUKUS Pillar 2, in which the element of how the undersea pieces go and these disruptive technologies will translate into capabilities. Perhaps there is a space for NATO and AUKUS countries in the Pillar 2 space to have a conversation about what we're learning in the NATO context, how that is being translated into how we redirect and we focus our research in terms of understanding better the future. And the last point that you mentioned that to me was, again, incredibly revealing of the depth of knowledge that we started to develop is this idea of thinking about critical undersea infrastructure, not just in terms of how to protecting them, but it's also about predicting threats coming to them and developing on the back of that CONOPS and capabilities for responses. And I liked very much within that context your point about a data-centered sort of capacity to develop answers to this. If AI and quantum can do anything, it's to provide us with volumes of data which will make our ISR capabilities much more granular in their capacity to address the problems. So thank you very much for this. Now, General Zafrana, I'm looking at you. This is our last presentation. I am going to exercise my superpowers as chair and to communicate that I am fully aware that I am what stands between you and lunch. And that is not a good place to be for anybody. But I will take probably 5 minutes beyond the end in time for catching some question. And I'd like to remind everybody, if you have questions for some of the panelists from the Free News panel, worry not, I'll take charge and point towards them to ask for an answer, okay? So thank you very much. General, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I'm very happy to be here for this important symposium, and I extend my warmest greetings to all the participants. Just recently, Admiral Enrico Credendino, Italian Navy Chief of Staff, said in an interview with Il Sole 24 Ore that the future of the world is linked to the ability to manage the thus far neglected underwater resources. As chairman of ENI's board of directors, I fully agree with what the Admiral stated. The oil and gas sector, where ENI has been active since its inception, has historically developed strong skills related to the underwater, considering the number and importance of offshore assets and the connection systems. Not only the oil and gas sector, but also others, such as telecommunication and submarine cables, the extraction of critical minerals, and the generation of electricity from renewable sources. Considering the complexity of all these underwater activities and their generally strategic nature, we immediately realize how important it is for the defense of the economic and the social system to ensure the necessary protection against a growing variety of threats. These are concrete threats, which are changing and evolving also in consideration of the current global context that is characterized by a growing instability generated by persistent conflicts, economic crisis, volatility, polarization, and radicalization in civil societies. For these reasons, companies that operate in essential and strategic assets in similar contexts can become the target of attacks or episodes of sabotage. Moreover, in addition to any direct impact, companies' business operation may be adversely affected. An example here is the consequence on supply chain systems following the hostile actions of militant groups in the Red Sea. Therefore, the protection of companies and critical infrastructures is an essential aspect to ensure the security and the continuity of business. However, even if they are being proactive, companies themselves can only marginally govern the magnitude of this threat. The emergence of such multi-domain risks requires increasingly close collaboration with authorities at every level, at a local, international, or transnational level, and the adoption of best practices based on efficient processes to identify and manage threats, as well as the mitigation of any associated risks. This protection is even more crucial and critical for companies operating in unstable geopolitical areas where the security of people and assets becomes a top priority. Eni, thanks to its role in ensuring European and global energy connectivity, has long been engaged in coordination activities with institutions to mitigate these risks through the exchange of information, experiences, and tools that can allow a shared approach. These are an example of effective collaboration between the public and private sectors, which is a testimony to the importance of sharing experience and information that are useful for the protection of essential sectors. On this, I would like to mention the Memorandum of Understanding with the Italian Ministry of Defense that Eni signed about a year ago, which consolidate the strategic collaboration between the parties and the fact that Eni is an active part of NATO's initiatives on the protection of critical underwater infrastructures. These collaborations include the identification of common protection and the defense priorities, synergy with relevant players such as local and national authorities, the promotion of a culture of innovation and the sharing of new technologies and research and development results in the maritime and underwater domains. These technologies can help to develop new important markets while increasing the level of security required to face growing threats. We are talking mainly about robot technologies that don't require personnel on board and which can be controlled remotely or operate autonomously, and which carry out monitoring activities or operations on underwater assets, preserving the safety of operational personnel. As a highly technological global energy company, Eni is already committed on this front. In the underwater sector, we have developed several proprietary technologies that have been deployed within the group on operated assets to support upstream business needs and operations. However, these technologies can also be transferred for use in other sectors. For example, they can be used in emergency situations where subsea pipelines are damaged and need repair, or in the worst case, in the so-called blowout of wells, the highest operational risk of oil and gas operations. On the other hand, technology can be used for monitoring. Here, technologies developed by Eni include an intelligent autonomous vehicle that is equipped with a specific sensor for asset integrity investigation, underwater environmental monitoring, and the detection of any vertical movement of the seabed. These are just some elements that indicate the future trajectory of the underwater sector and the protection of underwater infrastructures. As in other cases in the past, we need to leverage technological and innovation efforts in the face of the threats I talked of earlier. At the same time, cooperation at all levels is extremely important, including the involvement of the highest institutional players in deterrence and defense. And today, we are here for this. Thank you for your attention.
General, thank you so much for adding 2 extra layers to our conversation on this panel. One, reinforcing the fact that the public and private sectors, particularly important industrial realities like any, have very complementary understanding of their own environment. They have information that, in sharing, will provide greater understanding. And so in that sense, very important point. There are things that any as an organization that operates globally, as many others, will understand about the realities of a local environment in which they are operating that perhaps are not prior to states. And it's important to create and enabling a culture of innovation that includes a culture of sharing. And your second point that I took away about the importance of the Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Defense, declaring any a partner in that context, allows us to better see the interconnection between critical undersea infrastructure sort of protection, which is not just a defense matter, it's also a resilience matter. Resilience will rest upon the private sector, will rest upon the companies, and he's already doing that. Your example of the asset integrity monitoring capabilities, really important. So then the job becomes easier, going back to the challenge that you posed to us at the very beginning, because through an MOU, you created the enabling framework that links the private to the public and that eases the burden of defense by spreading it between resilience and defense. Thank you very much for that. Now, I've just realized that I claim to have a chair superpowers in front of SAC here, Commander European Forces and Commander Italian Navy sitting in front of me in the first round. So that's a really, I put myself in a bit of a pickle, okay? So coming down back to earth though, I have just powers of chair. So provided that we are theoretically sharp on time, I'll abuse of 10 minutes just to see around the room questions, hands, you've had time to think about it. So if you could, like yesterday, just introduce briefly yourself and ask a brief question. Remember, a question is the one that comes with a question mark at the end. Over from me. Yes, ma'am.
We have any impact, but we have direct, because normally the activities of pose of cables are managed by specific companies, specialized companies. And for this reason, we don't have a direct impact. We have elements to control pollution in the sea, normally. And we use this information for Institute of Research, university, or other kind of activities.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Any other hands? The appeal of that lunch is too big. Perfect. Okay. Well, thank you very much. If you could join me in thanking the panelists from both this session and the previous session for their excellent contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So thank you to our distinguished panelists. And this concludes our morning session. As yesterday, let me quickly remind some logistic items. Head of delegation will have lunch at Padiglione delle Navi, while assistants will have lunch at Cadidio Hotel. As yesterday, please reconvene here at 13:50 in order to resume the works at 1400. Thank you. Sì. Okay, I think we can start. Gentlemen, now let's dive into the Italian perspective. Dear guests, as we transition into the second phase, we will concentrate on the Italian perspective, specifically addressing the key role played by Polo Nazionale della Dimensione Subacquea, that is the Underwater National Technological Hub. You'll also find a demonstration to provide anyone interested with the main features of the Underwater National Technological Hub. To explore the peculiarities of the Polo Nazionale della Subacquea, I will now leave the floor to the Deputy Chief of the Italian Navy, Admiral Giuseppe Berutti Bergotto. Admiral, please.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, welcome back. I have the hard duty to start the afternoon section, so I will try to go fast. As you all mentioned, recent development in current geopolitical dynamics have highlighted the increased need of security and the importance of resilience, especially related to energy supply and communication. This complex scenario has produced an increased maritime activity, enhancing the overall underwater awareness. There are many aspects that can show the importance of strengthening maritime security and mile efforts of regional and global threats. Underwater domain awareness remains vital to global maritime interests, as cable and pipelines become crucial arteries for the global economy. The critical undersea infrastructure becomes even more important for country national interests and security. The ultimate step will lead to discipline the underwater activity by establishing a governance that, shared by all partners, will allow a safe understanding and sustainable exploitation of the underwater. The underwater domain concept represents our desire to face the challenges posed by what is still unexplored in the underwater. The underwater environment contains mineral, food and genetic resources, biodiversity, energy resources, and invaluable cultural and archaeological heritage. There are many opportunities in this environment with the potential to expand itself over time. For instance, as regards digital communication, recent submarine fiber optic cables have a capacity exceeding 20 terabytes per second, while modern communication satellites can carry data at speed in the order of gigabytes per second. They could suffer attack or sabotage, compelling an increased attention to cybersecurity and to the critical undersea infrastructure protection. So the underwater environment is increasing its relevance due to the interest they are involved and for its enhanced accessibility facilitated by technology. The Italian National Underwater Hub, PNS, is an interagency interministerial organization created to sustain dual use and dual role in a public-private mutual enhanced cooperation. It merges government institutions like Ministry of Defense, Minister for Civil Protection and Maritime Policies, Ministry of Enterprises and Made in Italy, and Ministry of University and Research. Academia, where research and ideas can be generated and developed together, private companies that can turn ideas into reality and business. The underwater domain awareness is a composite mixture of technologies, strategy, and policies designed to keep watch under the sea. It is important to get a strong underwater domain awareness framework that considers the changing nature of maritime threats and challenges. Furthermore, monitoring maritime activities through underwater domain awareness help authorities detect possible security risks and to promptly respond to new crises. The National Underwater Dimension Hub is a virtuous model. It's aimed to become a forum where university, research centers, startups, small and medium-sized enterprises, and large companies, the Navy and other institutional stakeholders work together to create a favorable condition for innovation, testing projects in the underwater sector, develop technologies, and build up know-how to answer these complex challenges. The projects that the PNS is carrying out at the moment are mainly focused on two different directions. The first one is develop a smart information network to get underwater situational awareness and improve surveillance. This network will integrate communication cables equipped with acoustic sensor able to operate in support of underwater vehicles. The second is a project multi-mission vehicle to effectively operate in the underwater domain from seabed exploration to cable monitoring up to maintenance activities, boosting effective deterrence capabilities. Proactively managing maritime issue and preemptive conflict by detecting potential threat or underwater incidents at the early stage are some of the benefits resulting from advanced underwater domain awareness technology. Through data sharing and expertise in underwater exploration and research, Italy may undertake collective projects with other nations leading to contribution of scientific knowledge. In the European Union Maritime Security Strategy, European Union has recognized the economic and military importance of the underwater and the vulnerability of critical undersea infrastructure. The EU has also provided direct financing to numerous underwater-related initiatives and a number of projects in the context of the European Defence Fund. Also, NATO plays an important role in spurring international cooperation in the underwater domain. The Alliance can also count on some relevant joint initiatives, including the Center for Maritime Research and Experimentation in La Spezia and the other Center of Excellences. The underwater represents a set of both challenges and opportunities. One of the challenges will be mastering technology that will be primarily developed by civilian sector. On the other side, there is a concrete opportunity to leverage the investments made by civilian companies. The underwater domain offers extraordinary opportunities for our future. It requires concrete commitment and strategic and shared vision. The Hub for Underwater Dimension initiative is oriented to achieve this goal. I stop here. If there is any question, I'm ready to answer back. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dear guests, welcome to the third and final panel of this symposium. The aim of this panel is to examine the underwater environment from a governance perspective. While keeping pace with technological advancement, exploring, protecting, and regulating our underwater resources is crucial for addressing global challenges related to security, resource management, biodiversity conservation, and climate change. At this point, I would like to invite the distinguished members of the panel to join me on the stage. Dr. Jan Ralby, who is the chairperson. Mr. Kent Bressi. Professor Dr. Christian Büger. Mr. Riccardo Rigillo. Professor Ilaria Tani. Mr. Vladimir Yares. Mr. Atsushi Tsunami. General Hans Werner Wirmann. Dr. Ralby, please.
Good afternoon. Admiral Credendino, Chiefs of Defense, Chiefs of Navy, Admirals, Generals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends. It is my absolute honor to be able to moderate this third and final panel, or, said differently, it is my absolute honor to succeed Professor Alessio Patalano as Supreme Panel Chairman. I really hope this afternoon we will have a robust discussion. So I am delighted to introduce the topic of framing the underwater governance in a complex environment. And I want to start by just emphasizing what governance actually means. Governance is how we solve the problem of disorder in society. And it has two main aspects. It has the aspect of creating structures of control that provide that order, and it has processes for accountability when those structures are in some way infringed. And over the coming hours, we are going to be able to hear from true experts on different aspects of those two sides of the coin, as well as hearing about some of the tools and resources that are available to help those who are tasked with the challenging task of governance. I have to apologize on behalf of the organizers who have done an amazing, amazing job. But they have unfortunately provided you with an afternoon session that is replete with an ungodly number of lawyers. So we have quite a few lawyers on the stage today. And we also have the unique experience of closing out the panel with a green suitor who will be speaking about the underwater domain despite having had a very preeminent career in the terrestrial space. So I do not want to deprive the panel of any further time, so let me introduce the first panelists, and I'll introduce each one individually as we go along. The first speaker this afternoon will be Mr. Kent Bressi. He is the legal advisor to the International Cable Protection Committee, or ICPC. And I want to emphasize that Kent is not only an exceptional speaker, he's incredibly generous. I've known him for many years. I, at one point, held a portfolio for the UN regarding the protection of submarine cables. And Kent is a resource to which I commend all of you because he is one of the most knowledgeable people when it comes to the technical side of underwater cables, as well as legal and practical aspects of protecting them. So we're delighted to have Kent come and join us on the stage today. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that very kind introduction, Ian, and it's a pleasure to be back in Venice with you all this afternoon. I am going to talk a little bit about some of the things that we have touched on repeatedly over the last couple of days relating to the importance and nature of submarine cables. But my theme is really the dependence of cables on international law and international cooperation and collaboration between governments and industry. So the ICPC is the principal non-governmental organization, global organization devoted to the protection and resilience of submarine cables. I'll talk a little bit more about it at the end. We've seen a lot of images and maps and references to the importance of cables, but I think what's really critical to point out here is that we're talking about long-term fixed infrastructure on the seabed that is located in areas of jurisdiction of coastal states and beyond the jurisdiction of coastal states. And that makes them legally very complex. The installation, operation, and repair of cables all require some level of cooperation and coordination, or at least acquiescence, among states. And cables, obviously, are in the media all the time these days, largely with some often sensational stories about security issues and malicious attacks. But they are important. They carry great economic, social, and national security importance, given the information that they transmit. And they also aggregate vast amounts of information in very discrete facilities. And so governments variously promote, protect, regulate, control, and sometimes neglect or target or attack cables. So we learned a lot more about the importance of submarine cables during the COVID-19 pandemic when submarine cable capacity usage spiked enormously. It has not abated even though the pandemic has waned, as the world has transitioned even more to an online existence for many, many activities. And so it's not just economic activities, but we learned during the pandemic about dependence on that connectivity for education, for health, for delivery of government services. And of course, this commercially owned and operated infrastructure carries the bulk of civilian and military government communications as well. We've also heard some references to the importance of cables versus satellites, but just to make it very, very concrete. One of the newest submarine cables across the Atlantic between the United States, the UK, and France, the Amitié system, has more than 30 times the capacity of all the satellites that have been launched for OneWeb, Starlink, and Amazon's Project Kuiper put together. So when we talk about the prevalence of cables and that 99.4% figure, it is increasing with submarine cable capacity versus satellites. And that is not expected to change. A lot of people think that satellites are the future in terms of international connectivity, but that is, in fact, very far from the truth. And even in a world where we all have mobile devices with us here, the connectivity that it's providing, that they are providing, is ultimately going via submarine cable. The wireless link is just the last mile to the tower, which I think is over there. So the international legal regime for cables, we really do depend for these activities on the rule of law for the oceans. There is no intergovernmental organization that authorizes or regulates cables globally. So in this regard, submarine cables differ significantly from deep seabed mining in the area, which is regulated by the International Seabed Authority, commercial fishing, regulated by the regional fisheries management organizations, or even shipping, regulated by the International Maritime Organization. And so cables in areas of jurisdiction are regulated by coastal states, and beyond that, it is the high seas regime in the Law of the Sea Convention and customary international law. The Law of the Sea Convention notes in its preamble the importance of facilitating international communications. So it was a primary objective of the drafters of that treaty to facilitate this kind of infrastructure. And there are extensive provisions in the Law of the Sea Convention addressing coastal state jurisdiction over cables and also imposing obligations to protect cables, although many of those provisions are not observed or not implemented. We also have a very old 1884 Cable Protection Convention from the telegraph era, because of course submarine cables started as telegraph cables back in the 1850s, that imposes some even more detailed cable protection obligations, although that treaty has been ratified only by about 35 states. And then there are some other international authorities. So we don't have an overarching regulatory regime with a regulator for submarine cables globally. I did want to highlight there's so much of a focus on intentional damage to cables, but that's not the source of most of the cable damage that we see. 70% of faults, that's an event that ultimately requires a repair, globally each year are caused by fishing and by vessel anchors. There are a host of other activities that can cause cable damage, as I've listed them here. I'm not going to read all of them off. Some of them relate to human activity if it's not properly coordinated. Some of it relates to the natural environment, and of course, some of it is intentional, both with damage to infrastructure and to unauthorized access to or disruption of the communications over it. So we like to advocate on behalf of the ICPC that industry and governments take a holistic approach to risk and consider all of these risks and their mitigation, and really devote resources to reducing statistically significant sources of risk. Intentional damage obviously is rare but high impact, important to address, but not to the exclusion of more mundane things like trawler net damage or cargo ship anchors. So to try to address a lot of this and work with governments, the ICPC put together some of its best thinking in a 12-page document called its Best Practices for Governments with Cable Protection and Resilience. And we launched this in 2021 to start conversations with governments. We're not attempting to tell them what to do, but we do want to engage with them on general principles and some very specific issue areas so that we can develop more effective regulatory regimes for speeding the development and repair of these systems and also for protecting them during the operational phase. So in addition to the point I made about holistic approach to risk, we also seek transparent regulatory regimes, promotion of the rule of law for the oceans, which is really my job as the legal advisor for the ICPC, consultation with industry, use of the best available science, particularly important in relation to the new BBNJ treaty, and engagement with other states on a regional and global basis, because what one country does can affect greatly the connectivity of its neighbors or global connectivity, in fact. Again, I'm not going to read through all the specifics of the best practices. I was just going to highlight a couple that I think are notable, particularly for this audience. The first is the need, given that fishing and anchors cause the majority of damage each year to cables, submarine cables must appear on nautical charts. And we think it is not possible to hide them in any event. Malicious actors, whether state or non-state, are going to find and damage cables if they want to. And a nautical chart is not going to make a lot of difference in our view. But it does make a big difference in terms of alerting other marine industries about the location of cables so that they can be avoided. And so we work extensively with the International Hydrographic Organization, as Luigi referenced and name-checked ICPC yesterday. And that has been very fruitful in addressing charting issues with cables, moving not just to the 2,000 meter water depth level, but at all ocean depths, ultimately, we would like to see. But it's also an example of our need not just to coordinate with governments, but also with other important international organizations that touch on our issues. In terms of our current challenges, obviously security is the one that's in the news all the time. And we don't always know what the cause of damage is. There was a lot of media speculation about what happened with the Rubimar in the Red Sea, and allegations that the Houthis were bombing cables. In fact, they damaged a ship that drifted at anchor and slowly sank. And that was the source of the cable damage. And we had good consultations with governments about what exactly was going on. But it's important to understand, and it's not always known at the outset what the cause of damage might be. In most cases, it's ultimately determined, but in some cases it isn't. But we can all learn from those damage incidents. The ICPC is a non-governmental organization with some government members. Is really not best placed to address security issues other than sharing risk and threat information. But we see the need to do a lot more of that. In some jurisdictions, cable operators are reporting information, but they're not receiving information about the threat environment from governments so that they can improve their operations. We need more effective implementation of existing international agreements. And we also need, as a number of speakers over the last couple days have identified, application of technology, particularly with fiber sensing and distributed acoustic sensing, as a cable protection tool to help minimize damage from all sources. Some of the other things that we see briefly, obviously jurisdictional creep. States do not abide by the jurisdictional provisions in the Law of the Sea Convention, which poses all kinds of cost and delay issues. And we also have challenges with disputed maritime areas. Potentially uncoordinated deep seabed mining. The ICPC is an observer at the International Seabed Authority and participates regularly and has a good working relationship with the ISA bodies where it's permitted to participate, and we'd like to continue that to mitigate those risks in the area. And we take to heart the comments of the ISA Secretary General Michael Lodge yesterday about the importance of adherence to UNCLOS as a whole, and also the need for development of and finalization of regulations to govern exploitation of deep seabed mining, because having a free-for-all on the seabed is very much a risk to cables. And of course now with the push toward green technologies and green energy, we're seeing a lot more deep seabed mining activity in areas of jurisdiction, and many coastal states are not thinking about cables. A few other issues briefly. Dark fleet ships. We're seeing cable damage from ships that we can't make claims against because the flag is always changing. There are issues with registries not regulating ships appropriately. They're not insured, or they're insured in countries where economic sanctions prevent parties from actually pursuing claims. And that remains a big concern of ours. We would like to work further with the IMO on those issues, but haven't seen a lot of progress to date. The BBNJ treaty, our concerns there, we participated extensively in those negotiations. Our concerns are whether or not environmental impact assessments or screening are going to cause great new costs or delays with systems. We think that these garden hose-sized systems that if broken emit light do not pose a risk to the marine environment, but we need application of science for that. We also see marine protected areas in the future on the high seas. Will those prohibit cable transits? What does that mean for cable resilience if efficient and diverse routes can't be used? So there's a lot of work in treaty implementation to be done there. And then finally, climate change. Changes in the climate, the natural environment, pose greater risks of damage, and it also changes human activity. We see fishing risks changing as fish stocks move around the world. So I'd like to finish just by noting a little bit about who we are, because I know that a lot of people are not familiar with the International Cable Protection Committee. We were founded in 1958 and have now more than 230 members from 75 countries as of this week, including cable operators, suppliers, service providers, and about 10 governments. They're allowed to participate on a non-voting basis. And we work all over the world with members, governments, international organizations, other marine industries, and scientists to mitigate the risks of damage, promote the rule of law for the oceans, develop further peer-reviewed scientific research to address questions about the impact of cables on the marine environment. And there are also internal recommendations that we produce. And we also represent the ICPC extensively in international bodies. So we're very pleased to be here this year and to serve as a resource for governments and other industries and international organizations for information about submarine cables. Thank you.
Ken, thank you so much. I want to just point out three things you said that really struck me. The statistic of a single cable having 30 times the capacity of most of the commercially launched satellites, I think is a really remarkable statistic, and it underscores the lack of understanding of just how powerful this privately owned cable network that sits on the ocean floor really is. The second is that the lack of an intergovernmental organization, which really speaks to the incongruity that this is something that is so vital to the life we now live, particularly in the post-pandemic virtual world, but it's a privately owned infrastructure that nevertheless has a direct tie to governmental functions, effects, and needs. And most of the laws are either more than a century old or are focused on the flag states that may interrupt or disrupt the cables, which doesn't provide us with very much to really protect them. And finally, just to underscore Kent's generosity, years ago, he actually gave me a piece of a submarine cable. So if you've never seen one, you may have heard him refer to it as a garden hose-sized piece of infrastructure. He's not kidding. And it makes sense when you see it why 70% of the damage comes from fissures and from anchors. So thank you very much, Ken. I'm now delighted to introduce my good friend, Christian Bueger. Professor Dr. Bueger, I have known for many years, and he always wows me with some kind of new, interesting take on things. So I'm looking forward to hearing his talk. Christian, the floor is yours.
Admirals, colleagues, friends, it's a great pleasure to be here. Big thank you to the Italian Navy for hosting us at this fantastic event. We have already come quite a long way in our exploration of why the undersea is so important, why it is the new frontier. And what I would like to do here in my short presentation, add a couple of dimensions that have not been mentioned here so far. Throughout, I'm going to draw on our new book. It's called Understanding Maritime Security. It just came out with Oxford University Press, and it's literally a new go-to resource for all things maritime security, including the subsea, including the important topic of critical maritime infrastructure protection. Now, to get us started, the background of our discussion here today, and it was mentioned already several times, is that like nowhere before in human history, we depend on the deep sea to a degree as never before. And the use of the seabed has literally multiplied over the years. There's a growing density of infrastructures down there. And this is a relatively recent phenomenon. It has occurred over the last 2 decades. It is recent. Let's always keep that in mind. The other point I would like to add here is there are more dimensions to our use of the seabed than has been flagged before, and allow me to add 2. One is all the prospective genetic resources that are expected to be found in the deep sea. And the second one is perhaps more problematic, and that's the fact that we have been using the deep sea throughout human history as a dumping ground for all things, including toxic material, including weapons, and we are continuing to do so in using the seabed as a carbon storage space. So these are the technologies that are coming up. What I think is extremely important in terms of rethinking the maritime security agenda is we have to start thinking maritime security beyond the surface. And that basically can be seen as thinking maritime security in 6-dimensional terms, as thinking up, but also looking down, and recognizing how interwoven these spaces are. We have seen many, many slides that featured satellites. We have seen many slides that featured seabed installations. And let's not forget, all of this is in one way or the other also dependent on cybersecurity. And we need to get better to adjust our strategies to deal with the interwoven character of all of these domains. Space security today is deeply interwoven with maritime security, so is cybersecurity. And you can see in the other distinction that I make here, I think we should also separate out between the subsea, that has been for many, many years a domain of security as part of submarine warfare, and the seabed, where we have fixed installations and questions such as mining, and argue here that these are two different domains. What is important in the acceleration of infrastructure building in the deep sea, and this really has come to the fore since the Nord Stream attacks 3 years ago, but also the Baltic Connector attacks, is that we are looking at a fundamental new spectrum of threats to consider for maritime security. And it has been mentioned by my colleague before, in many ways, part of the vulnerabilities to undersea infrastructures or critical maritime infrastructures as a whole lies in climate change, in the increasing natural disasters, and so on, but also in accidents. We should not forget the criminal as well as the extremist violence domain. There have not been that many incidents where critical infrastructure was actually damaged either by criminals or by acts of extreme violence, but we should feature it into our strategy discussion. So all of this leads basically to a spectrum of threats to critical maritime infrastructures that you can see here on the graph. Now, part of the point of having such a spectrum of threats is that it becomes clear that military force cannot address all of these threats and challenges. Part of the challenge is a policing task. It lies with the Coast Guards and not the Navy's, Maritime Police, Coast Guard. And part of the task lies with the industry, with self-protection by the industry, with self-regulation, and so on. This is the resilience spectrum, while military forces operate in the deterrence and the harder spectrum here. This implies that in order to protect the subsea domain, but also other critical maritime infrastructures, these actors have to work together, cooperate closely, and this means that we need better coordination in the civil military spectrum, but also in the state industry spectrum. Fortunately, part of this is already happening, and we have heard about some of these responses yesterday in the morning, and it will also be featured on the rest of our discussion here on the panel. Part of these responses to the problem of critical maritime infrastructure protection are now handled by NATO. We're going to hear about the Markham Center and the NATO HQ cell later on. We have heard about the fantastic research that the Centers of Excellence, the NATO-related Centers of Excellence, doing here, and that includes the center in La Sapienza that we've heard about, but also the center in Turkey, the Maritime Security Center. There's a lot of responses happening on the level of the European Union. That includes the new maritime domain awareness of the European Union, the Common Information Sharing Environment. It includes the European Maritime security strategy of 2023, but also the work of the European Defence Agency in this area. Industry self-protection, absolutely vital in this, as is the support that we, the university-based researchers, can actually deliver here. Now, what is important, there's a lot of stuff happening in Europe at the moment, but the political support for these initiatives is not always there. We need more ambition if it comes to interagency, civil, military, and public-private relations, more investments, in particular in integrating sensors. We need to get beyond North-South divides, in the sense that a lot of stuff is now happening in the North Sea, in the Baltic Sea, but less so in other parts. We've heard about the importance of seabed 2030, for instance, and overall I think we need to get better in connecting different dimensions of maritime security. Allow me to also quickly alert you to a report that we did for the European Parliament in 2020, so that is well ahead of the Nord Stream attack, and I really recommend it as reading. That was when the underwater domain was still a little bit an exotic or esoteric topic. Today it is clearly not. And in the report you'll find 35 recommendations, and we were quite happy actually that some of these recommendations made it into the European Union Maritime Security Strategy, for instance. But in essence, these recommendations, which are on cable protection, focus on the need to improve coordination and cooperation, in particular in regional seas environments. We need responses in the Mediterranean, in the North Sea, in the North Atlantic, in the South Atlantic, in the Indian Ocean, and so on. Overall, we can still see that awareness for the underwater domain, and in particular the cables, is still lacking. Many junior officers do not know how important the cable system are, and we need to start featuring this across military education, across any seagoing institutions. So these are basically then the challenges ahead. Allow me to very quickly wrap up. I think it is super important when we're talking about maritime security today. Subsea infrastructure protection is an absolutely vital part of the agenda, but as I argued, we need to be seeing it as part of the 6 dimensions. It is interwoven with space, with cybersecurity, and so on. There's a broad spectrum of threats that need to be considered. That means to do better civil-military coordination, but also better coordination with the industry. Regional approaches are one of the ways forward, but overall, many nations need to start sorting out their laws for their exclusive economic zones and territorial waters, which agencies do what, and their coordination approaches, both on a national level, but also on a regional seas level. And this is not only important in Europe, it is a global agenda, and it matters globally. Here I'm going to end, and I very much look forward to your questions and the discussion later on. Thank you so much.
Christian, as ever, thank you so much. You brought a lot of really good food for thought into that discussion, and I look forward to hopefully having a chance to challenge you as to whether there might be a 7th dimension in the sense of looking at the nexus to life on land, and not just the immediate maritime and air and space dimensions. But I think you also brought up a great spectrum of threats. Kent may take issue with me saying this, but I would add to the mix sharks. Even though that has been addressed, I do think it's worth noting that going back to this small piece of infrastructure, many believe that the physical infrastructure of submarine cables are much larger and more robust than they actually are. And I had to make the point years ago that if sharks could damage submarine cables, non-state actors could too. And finally, I think, to the point of responses, we're about to hear from the Italian perspective on how they are embracing this issue of governance. I recently had an engagement in one of the 5 least visited countries on Earth. And it was very interesting. I was there for a week, and I had almost no interaction with anybody. I couldn't get anybody, they were all sitting there, to engage on any of the maritime security issues until we talked about submarine cables, and they got very, very energized once they realized that if they didn't protect their one and only submarine cable, they wouldn't be able to stream Netflix. And so that nexus to life on land and what it actually means to us is really important to understand in terms of creating that cable awareness. Because if we don't understand it, we don't appreciate it, we aren't going to do enough about it. So to doing things about it, I'm delighted to introduce Mr. Riccardo Rigilo, who is the head of the cabinet for the Italian Ministry of Civil Protection and Maritime Policy, and I hope he will share with us some of the very innovative approaches to governance that are being employed here in Italy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Authorities, flag officers, generals, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Big thank to Admiral Credendino and to the Italian Navy for organizing this forum in this splendid venue of Venice, and for giving me the opportunity to illustrate and show you the action and plans of the Italian government in the underwater domain. You will excuse me if, speaking in my capacity of an Italian government official, I will switch to, and I will speak in the language of Dante. Mi scuserete, signore e signori, se parlando nel mio ruolo di funzionario del governo italiano passerò alla lingua del padre Dante Alighieri. L'ambiente sottomarino è una dimensione autonoma in termini fisici, tecnologici, che si estende dalla superficie dei mari e delle acque in generale fino ai fondali. È una dimensione profonda con un grande potenziale di crescita e un grande potenziale di sviluppo per le infrastrutture, per le risorse, per il cibo, per una serie di tematiche molto molto importanti. Non entrerò nei temi cosiddetti geopolitici o nei temi strategici, l'ha già fatto nel suo briefing questa mattina il professor Margelletti e lo hanno fatto anche gli ufficiali generali che sono intervenuti nel panel di questa mattina, con grande dettaglio e grande cognizione di causa. Semplicemente faccio presente che il Mediterraneo è un grande crocevia non solo di traffici di superficie, ma anche di traffici attraverso i cavi e anche, se vogliamo, una riserva di energia sottomarina. Ci tengo a precisare che il governo italiano, il governo che si è insediato con la 19ª legislatura, la legislatura in corso, ha subito dato una grande attenzione alla dimensione marittima nel suo complesso. È il primo governo dopo decenni che istituisce un ministero che si occupi di mare, è il Ministero delle Politiche del Mare, di cui mi onoro di essere il capo di gabinetto del Ministro, e un ministero che ha proprio come scopo riportare a un coordinamento centrale tutte quelle amministrazioni che si occupano e hanno competenze diverse, ormai frammentate, che erano ormai frammentate sulle attività e sull'economia del mare. Come avviene questo? Questo avviene attraverso un comitato interministeriale presieduto dal Ministro per le politiche del mare, composto da 12 ministri, che ovviamente anche con le loro strutture amministrative si coordinano, discutono fra di loro, si ascoltano e cercano di coordinare tutta l'azione dell'Italia sul mare, l'azione civile soprattutto, perché per quanto riguarda l'azione militare, in particolare la Forza Armata, la Marina Militare, ha già i suoi compiti. Ovviamente uno dei principali compiti di questo comitato, di questo CIPOM, come viene chiamato, Comitato Interministeriale per le Politiche del Mare, uno dei principali compiti è la redazione del piano del mare. Quindi, diciamo così, la linea d'azione che l'Italia si dà per un triennio, ma in realtà la strategia che è contenuta nel piano è una strategia anche di più lungo periodo, e il piano è costituito da una serie di linee d'azione che coprono di fatto tutti gli aspetti della politica e dell'economia marittima. Fra queste linee, visto che parliamo di dimensione subacquea, fra queste linee una particolare importanza la ricopre proprio la linea dedicata alla dimensione subacquea. Il piano del mare è stato approvato nella sua prima versione nel luglio 2023 con una valenza triennale e già prevedeva dal punto di vista della dimensione subacquea due importanti punti. Il primo punto, che è stato menzionato ed è stato ampiamente illustrato dall'ammiraglio Berutti Bergotto, è quello del Polo Nazionale della Subacquea, che è stato istituito a fine del 2023 e quindi una prima linea d'azione è già stata iniziata e in parte portata a compimento. C'era poi un altro aspetto, perché ovviamente la dimensione subacquea viene riconosciuta come un'opportunità, ma anche come una situazione dove le attività che si svolgono possono anche entrare in contraddizione, se non in conflitto fra loro. Quindi c'era necessità in qualche modo di dare una governance a tutte le attività, al di là di quella che è la sicurezza militare, come dicevo, garantita dalla Forza Armata, garantita dalla Marina, dare una governance razionale a tutte le attività che si svolgono sott'acqua. In questo l'Italia è sicuramente un paese pioniere, è una nazione pioniera, perché siamo, credo, i primi in Europa e fra i primi comunque al mondo a dotarci di una legge appositamente per regolare l'attività nel dominio subacqueo. Come dicevo, il Mediterraneo è un crocevia di attività, è un crocevia anche di infrastrutture, siano esse gasdotti, siano esse dorsali di connettività, siano esse attività di settore estrattivo. Quindi la rilevanza della dimensione subacquea si apprezza sotto due aspetti, o almeno la legge la apprezza sotto due aspetti. Un aspetto è quello della sicurezza delle infrastrutture stesse. L'altro aspetto è quello invece della sicurezza civile, della sicurezza dei lavoratori, della sicurezza dei mezzi. Quindi diciamo una legge che copre quelli che in lingua inglese sono i due termini di security and safety, due termini diversi che in italiano sono analoghi ma in realtà coprono due diversi ambiti. Quindi per garantire questa sicurezza in esame il piano del mare aveva già previsto l'istituzione di un'autorità nazionale per la subacquea che nel disegno di legge, che è stato presentato il giorno 27 settembre al Consiglio dei Ministri e sarà a breve inviato alle Camere, inviato al Parlamento, il disegno di legge ha previsto una vera e propria agenzia alle dirette dipendenze del Presidente del Consiglio. Un'agenzia che ha il compito di regolare le attività sotto la superficie del mare, che ha la potestà di regolare i requisiti tecnici e tutto questo ovviamente nell'ambito di giurisdizione dello Stato italiano, quindi nelle acque sotto giurisdizione dello Stato italiano o per quanto riguarda i cittadini italiani. Dicevo, l'agenzia è prevista sotto le dirette dipendenze del Presidente del Consiglio, è un organismo snello composto di una quarantina di persone che ha una serie di competenze particolarmente rilevanti. La prima competenza, come vi dicevo, è quella di gestire le interferenze e le interazioni fra le varie attività che si svolgono sott'acqua, per evitare ovviamente incidenti, per evitare che ci siano sovrapposizioni e facendo sì che le attività che vengono svolte vengano notificate all'Agenzia come unico collettore che poi tiene i contatti con tutte le amministrazioni che sono poi competenti per le singole materie. Quindi l'Agenzia come punto focale per monitorare e gestire tutte le attività che si svolgono sott'acqua. Un'altra competenza dell'Agenzia è di quella di autorizzare, laddove è il caso, anche il passaggio inoffensivo di sommergibili sotto la superficie. Questo prevedendo anche una possibile deroga, se ce ne fosse necessità, a quanto previsto dall'articolo 20 della Convenzione UNCLOS. Un altro compito molto importante, forse uno dei più importanti perché particolarmente innovativo, dell'Agenzia è quello di definire standard minimi di sicurezza per quanto riguarda i mezzi e per quanto riguarda le procedure operative che si svolgono sott'acqua. di definire poi regole tecniche per il comando e la conduzione dei mezzi subacquei, di promuovere la capacità nazionale di soccorso sottomarino e anche questa è una novità, perché anche qui c'era un vuoto normativo, di definire il percorso di formazione e i requisiti di idoneità per tutti i lavoratori del settore, per tutti coloro che in qualche modo fanno parte del settore dell'economia subacquea e in qualche modo devono lavorare nelle condizioni particolari che la dimensione subacquea prevede. Quindi l'Agenzia ha sostanzialmente il potere, un potere innovativo di definire e stabilire delle regole tecniche. Questo credo sia la principale novità, la principale innovazione. Ovviamente poi il potere di vigilanza e di sanzione rimane in capo agli organi di polizia competenti. L'Agenzia non ha questo tipo di potere, ha però un potere regolatorio di monitoraggio e di verifica. Come vi dicevo, il disegno di legge è stato già presentato al Consiglio dei Ministri e sarà a brevissimo, immagino nei prossimi giorni, presentato alle Camere e al Parlamento per l'iter legislativo. L'Agenzia non tocca le competenze di altre amministrazioni, piuttosto le coordina. L'Italia in questo, come dicevo, è credo il primo paese europeo, sicuramente uno dei primi al mondo, a dotarsi di una legge organica per quanto riguarda la regolazione delle attività subacquee. Questo vuole anche stabilire dei requisiti, delle buone pratiche che possano essere, diciamo così, di riferimento per chi volesse ispirarsi, vuole essere un modo per iniziare un percorso che poi può essere condiviso sicuramente con le altre nazioni e con la comunità internazionale. Vi ringrazio per l'attenzione.
Well, Mr. Rigilo, thank you so much. I want to say a heartfelt congratulations to you and to Italy, because I think if you take what I said at the outset as the meaning of governance, that it is to create the structures of order and control, Italy deserves a huge amount of credit for being forward-thinking in doing that. But I also want to say congratulations for creating a forum like this to communicate that and inspire others. So thank you, because I think it is so important. Throughout history, the sea has been a challenge to the life and well-being of any of those who have operated on it. And as we now exceed that challenge by entering a different domain and going into the sea more regularly and more aggressively with different activities, that issue of safety and security is absolutely critical. So having governance structures for that is so important, and that leads us very nicely into our next speaker, Professor Ilaria Tani, who will speak to us a little bit about the civilian aspects of activity in the underwater domain and the challenges of governmental response to that, among other things. Professor, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So from the perspective of the law of the sea, the ocean has long been divided into a series of layers and columns, defining spaces governed by specific legal regimes. These regimes necessarily interact, but remain to a certain extent disconnected in terms of their capacity to address the sudden introduction of new challenges, such as the unexpected and rapid saturation of the underwater dimension by civilian vessels, whether manned or unmanned. On the one hand, the transformation that we are witnessing in the underwater dimension must in no way undermine the existing framework of legal relations and the fundamental principles of the law of the sea, such as the territorial sovereignty, the exclusive jurisdiction of the flag state in international spaces, and the freedom of the high seas. On the other hand, however, the transformation is beginning to show a growing divergence from the context in which the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea established its legitimacy 40 years ago. Being itself a product of time, UNCLOS cannot resist the passing of time, yet it can still prove resilient as an outstanding example of multilateralism, and as a framework instrument serving as a reference point for evolving legal regimes. Indeed, a distinctive and valuable feature of the law of the sea as codified in UNCLOS is its inherently evolutionary nature. This evolution is based on certain foundational principles, the ones that I just mentioned, which have never acted as obstacles to the progressive development of the field. This is evidenced by the possibility of progressively integrating UNCLOS through implementing instruments, such as the recent BBNJ agreement, which Mr. Yares will discuss in more detail later. That said, maritime navigation is experiencing a substantial transformation today. Various kinds of civilian underwater vehicles, which I will call UVs, operate in the underwater dimension without certified safety standards. With regard to manned underwater vehicles, the IMO has only developed guidelines more than 20 years ago regarding submersibles that dive to a maximum depth. You see the document on the screen. A maximum depth of approximately 10 meters, but it has no developed rules or standards for the use of manned civilian vehicles that dive to pressures greater than 1 atmosphere. The proliferation of unmanned civilian UVs, on the other hand, has occurred primarily driven by the oil and gas sector, certainly providing significant improvements, protecting human life in hostile environments, and enhancing efficiency in the maintenance of offshore submarine infrastructures. But currently, as we can see on the slide, the IMO has engaged in developing a regulatory framework only for the so-called maritime autonomous surface ships. Unmanned UVs are not considered. As a matter of fact, the mandate of the IMO focuses on shipping industry engaged in international trade, which is a maritime activity undertaken by surface vessels. And this is why the IMO is very reluctant to address underwater navigation. Defining a governance for the underwater dimension should aim to ensure an orderly, coherent, and safe access to the underwater environment, both within and beyond national jurisdiction. But ensuring this objective implies also a sound knowledge of the space in which new activities and technologies are being implemented. And knowledge of the underwater dimension necessarily includes the effective management of relevant geospatial information. Only through proper understanding and management of this data can appropriate legal frameworks be developed, integrate with existing ones, and address the rapid evolution of human activities below the sea surface. The importance of marine geospatial data management under several perspectives, including a legal perspective, is demonstrated by the request contained in General Assembly Resolution 77/248 of 2022, addressed to the United Nations Secretary General, to publish a study on marine geospatial information management. The publication was released last month and is available on the website of the Division for Ocean Affairs and the Law of the Sea. Given the importance of marine geospatial data and the current interest of the United Nations General Assembly in this matter, I would like to approach the topic of this panel also as a member of the United Nations Committee of Experts Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information and share some recent developments that are relevant to our discussion, with a view to address the regulation and the efficient management of activities carried out in extreme environments, such as the underwater dimension characterized by the absence of light, remoteness, increasing pressure with depth. The work and studies undertaken by these international bodies is becoming increasingly relevant. In particular, I would like to highlight some explicit references to some of the challenges posed by the rapid transformation of the underwater dimension contained in the report of the Secretariat of the Working Group on Geospatial Information, the Marine Working Group, on integrated marine geospatial information that was circulated in August this year. The report, we may see here some highlights, recalls the international seminar held on the occasion of the 6th experts meeting of the working group convened in Indonesia this year in March, in which the keynote presentation of Rina Lee, president of the BBNJ Intergovernmental Conference, illuminated critical areas, including underwater sea space utilization. The report also highlights that an increasing number of civilian vehicles, both manned and unmanned, are conducting activities in the underwater spaces. I wish to note that the UN Working Group on Marine Geospatial Information identified the unregulated use of the underwater sea space by an increasing number of civilian manned and unmanned subsurface vessels as one of its new potential areas of interest, and you may read on the slide the relevant paragraph of the report. So geospatial data are also essential for addressing the current regulatory gaps. Just one example among many concerns submarine escape and rescue interventions for people in life-threatening situations, whether trapped on the seabed or in the water column. It is known that due to the increasing atmospheric pressure at depth, such interventions are feasible only within a certain bathymetric line of approximately 600 meters below the sea surface, and can only be conducted with the aid of specialized equipment and highly trained personnel. This means that it would be impossible for coastal states to ensure escape and rescue interventions throughout the full extension of the search and rescue regions as defined by the International Convention on Maritime Search and Rescue of 1979, due to the fact that the search and rescue regions include sea portions that are much deeper than 600 meters. SAR regions, search and rescue region, and we can see on this on the screen the map of the Mediterranean SAR, extends from the coast of states along a plain and often coincide with the flight information regions. And this equals to say that in search and rescue operations, the water's depth has no relevance whatsoever because interventions would occur on the surface. On the contrary, areas where submarine escape and rescue operations can be ensured by states should be legally defined, not only in terms of distance from the coast, but also in terms of bathymetric data. As of today, the International Submarine Escape and Rescue Liaison Office coordinates submarine military escape and rescue operations, but there is no legal instrument in place at international level for the rescue of civilian UVs beyond the general customary obligation to render assistance at sea. So also the safety of navigation as traditionally understood, including in the phase of rescue, should be reinterpreted in the light of the growing human presence in the water column, including the civilian presence. In the case of the Titan, rescuers were looking for an underwater vehicle not only about the size of a minivan in an area the size of Connecticut, but also in waters more than 2 miles deep. You see the proportions on the screen. The importance of geospatial expertise in forming the legal decision-making process, and also the importance of authoritative and standardized data are self-evident in these crisis scenarios. And I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Professor Tani. That was absolutely fantastic, and I think it was really eye-opening to see that the pace of evolution of different things is moving in very dangerously different speeds. We heard earlier from Admiral Gouveia Melo the elephant versus Speedy Gonzalez dynamic, and I think we have a similar situation here where the speed of particularly civilian or non-military craft are becoming a real challenge for laws and regulations and policies and capacities that are very much focused on how things were, not how things are. So I think that poses a real challenge, and we have a sort of a square peg round hole problem as well, in that our laws are two-dimensional. And going back to Christian's multiple dimensions, we literally have a difference in how we have to conceive of even well-experienced and well-trodden concepts like search and rescue that now need a vertical dimension as well as the spatial. I think in the interest of maintaining time, it is appropriate to now take our break. And we will come back, but please join me in thanking an incredible first round of talks, and we'll talk about a 15-minute break.
15:30?
15:30?
Yes.
All right, so we'll return at 15:30, but please join me in thanking the first 4 speakers.
There are some available seats closer to the stage, so please. Okay, I think we can start again with the second part of the panel. So, Dr. Rabi, I give you the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. For those who are still milling about having coffee, I encourage you to come back and listen because we have an exceptional second half of the panel. We have 3 more speakers, and then we have the opportunity for a real discussion. The first of our speakers this afternoon is Vladimir Yaris, who's the director of DOLOS, the Division of Ocean Affairs and Law of the Sea. If anyone is not aware, DOLOS is responsible for much of the maintenance of UNCLOS, if I can put it that way. It is an incredibly important portion of the United Nations, and we are delighted to have its director with us, who has over 30 years of experience at the UN and with DOLOS, and we very much look forward to your presentation. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Buongiorno. Signore e signori, permettetemi di iniziare ringraziando la Marina italiana e Amialo Enrico Crendino per aver invitato la Divisione per gli affari oceanici e il diritto del mare dell'Ufficio degli Affari Legali delle Nazioni Unite a questo simposio. Il ruolo di nostra revisione è promuovere una migliore comprensione della Convenzione delle Nazioni Unite sul diritto del mare e dei relativi accordi. Dopo aver testato abbastanza le occhiere italiane, lasciami continuare in inglese. With all my apologies again. Now, let's start very briefly about a new player in the underwater domain and dimension. And the new player is the agreement, the longer title of which is the agreement under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea on conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. And you have noticed that I've spoken only for 1 minute, and that's exactly why we use the acronym BBNJ agreement. And please, BBNJ, don't be like my former boss, who was jokingly referring to it as beer, beer, not juice. Now, this agreement is the 3rd implementing agreement to the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, in addition to the agreement relating to the implementation of Part 11, this is about the international seabed area, and the agreement relating to the implementations of provisions of the convention relating on the conservation and management of straddling fish stocks and highly migratory fish stocks. It is important to know that the 3rd agreement, which I'm going to call BBNJ agreement, I'm going to explain why, is actually related to all 3 treaties in a different manner. First, its scope covers the international seabed area. On the other hand, the fisheries per se are excluded from the scope application. Now, we call it BBNJ agreement because the agreement, it's not a high seas treaty, as you might have read in some publications or some media. It is not high seas treaty because it applies to the international seabed area, which means soil and subsoil, and you'll appreciate the difference. This is a kind of gentle reminder about the spatial awareness in the 3D profile of the maritime zones. I'm not going to go into details, but we know that the legal framework is provided for the governance of these spaces by the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. That means the sovereignty, jurisdiction, over these spaces are defined, as well as is well defined the sovereign rights over the resources of the exclusive economic zone and the continental shelf. Here we have, of course, a complex situation sometimes. This might be challenging, and I don't go into details, while the regimes of the continental shelf, exclusive economic zone, regarding a subsoil and subsoil overlap, they might be complex situations in the situation when you don't have a single line of delimitation of boundaries, for instance, over the continental shelf goes beyond 2 nautical miles. And I can't go into details because of the interest of time. The new BBNJ agreement, and if you allow me, I'll use that acronym from now on. It's a very important one. It's a very complex one. Over 70 articles, annexes, plus a very complex governance structure. It was agreed on after 36 hours of marathon negotiations. And gentlemen, I don't know who from among you have sitting in a conference room from Friday morning, 10 a.m. until Saturday late night, non-stop negotiating. But this is what the delegations have achieved last year in March, in order to complete the negotiation process, which lasted 20 years. And I've heard the arguments about how things are developing slowly, and that's a perfect example how the new regulations can come after a very tedious and protracted international process. For the entry into force, we need 60 instruments. Currently, we have only 13 ratifications. For so far, 104 states have signed as at today. So this is a very positive development. However, we would need much more ratifications. If the goal to have 60 ratifications by the next June, the 2025, the third United Nations Conference, Ocean Conference, is to be achieved. The goal is 60. So very briefly, in the argument, we have 4 major packages, which were agreed many years ago. These first packages on marine genetic resources, including the fair and equitable sharing of benefits and digital sequencing of data as well. The second package is on measures such as area-based management tools, including marine protected areas. The third one is concerning environmental impact assessments, and you have also heard some concerns. And the fourth one is on capacity building and transfer of marine technologies. You have 14 general principles, you have cross-cutting issues, including settlement of disputes, etc. So it's a very complex instrument, as I said. The instrument is to coexist with existing regulatory frameworks and governance frameworks. It should not undermine the existing bodies and legal frameworks, and again, it should also promote coherence. So it's sitting on top together with the convention, but the idea is to weave it smoothly into the existing governance system. And there are many bodies that have a governance role in the oceans, many fisheries bodies, for instance, regional plans, environmental plans, etc., under the UNEP regional conventions. So the other aspect is very important, the promotion of international cooperation, and the word of cooperation has been here pronounced so many times that I don't have to stress the importance. I'm not going to spend much time on obligations of parties under each of these clusters, but there are significant obligations of parties that they need to achieve during or before and after the ratification process. This is depending on the constitutional arrangements of each party. However, these parties will need to, countries will need to pay very close attention what they need to do at the national level to make this treaty operational. I've mentioned that we have so far 13 ratifications, but even if we have 60 ratifications, that's not enough. It's important to have a growth of universal participation because these are areas of beyond national jurisdiction, and the protection has to have all stakeholders involved, all countries involved. So as I say, I'm just flashing these slides regarding main obligations of parties under various segments of this treaty. The monitoring, reporting, and review will be a very important one. under the environmental impact assessments, for instance. The obligations to coordinate in capacity building and transfer technology, marine technology, will be also important. I've already mentioned that there is one key obligation for parties would be to implement the agreement. However, talks about early implementation now are moot, because without having the conference of parties approved the various documents that they need to deal with, plus various criteria, there'll be no implementations of the treaty. The early benefit that we have from this treaty is to look at what we have at the national level. And this is precisely what has been highlighted here before. The examination of national setting when we go towards ratification and entry into force of this agreement will be of key importance. And I'm sure that Navy as a stakeholders will be interested in the new development of a regulatory framework. There'll be implementation and compliance committee also in the context of this treaty, and primary responsibility, of course, will be always lying with parties as it is any other international treaties. So the enaction of national legislation will be necessary whenever your countries become parties to the treaty. Institutional arrangements, as you can see, this is a very complex web of the principal body, which is the conference of the parties, but then we have also the clearinghouse mechanism, which is going to be very demanding, because this is where all the scientific information and technical information is going in and out. And then plus we have scientific and technical bodies to give recommendations on the environmental impacts assessment, compliance committees. The financial aspects will be very important, including the sharing on the benefits, monetary sharing on benefits. And again, unfortunately, I don't want to go into details. And most importantly, this is something that you want to take photos of. This agreement will not apply to any warships, military aircraft, or naval auxiliary, and the obligations shall not apply to parties' military activities. And I'm not going to read it. It's easy to snap a photo for you and to be a little bit relaxed about navies. But on the other hand, railways have potential roles under these agreements. And we have been looking with Mare colleagues on the potential of navies, which might be first and foremost using the hydrographic capacities of navies and services and marine geospatial data. And I am really grateful to Luigi Sinapi from the International Hydrographic Organization to highlight our common efforts in standardization and promotion of standardization of marine geospatial information. Anything that you touch under the BBNJ agreement has a geospatial dimension, 3D at least, if not 4D. And this is something that we are not yet at the same level, using different geodesic reference systems, using different systems for metadata, using different systems for the format of the coordinates. This is not interchangeable. We are depository of information on maritime boundary and says limit, and we cannot give it out for free because of that lack of standardization. So again, I would like to echo what Luigi said in his presentation for IHO. But support to marine scientific research would be important, given the capacity of navies, also ensuring that activities under the state controls which take place in areas beyond national jurisdiction are conducted consistently with relevant provisions. Let's be frank, very few coastal guards or small island developing states have these capacities as big navies to operate in the areas beyond national jurisdiction. That means beyond 200 miles, for instance. Plus a lot of supporting role in the monitoring activities under the state jurisdiction or control in areas beyond national jurisdiction, support the processes toward the establishment of area-based management tools, including marine protected areas, support to conducting marine environmental impact assessments. Again, this might require advanced capacities in terms of covering the spatial distance, plus monitoring of impacts of authorized activities following the environmental impact assessment process. Plus also potential role in respect of emergency measures. And these are just a couple of highlights for your reflection. Now I've mentioned the geospatial standardization. Here this slide is concerning only maritime boundaries and limits. If you want to have marine protected areas or areas, other areas-based management tools, we need to see how they relate to existing maritime boundaries, to the outer limits of maritime jurisdiction, and then we cannot do it only if we have standards in place common to all mechanisms, including the new BBNJ mechanism. And now, I'll leave that on screen, but last, I think I should answer a question from yesterday, whether there's a need for a new legal framework regarding underwater dimension, underwater dominion. And well, probably it might be necessary from the operational perspective, especially at the national level, where incorporating obligations. But I have some doubts whether we need a new regulatory framework at the international level, because, as I said, the jurisdiction, sovereignty, sovereign rights are well defined under the convention. There are plenty of other treaties which are sort of applicable to various maritime spaces. So again, the key is probably in looking how these treaties are applied, how they are translated into national operational guidelines, for instance, or national regulations, rather than try to cover up, the lack of implementation by a new regulatory framework, which unfortunately sometimes happens. So this is a brief reflection on the questions from yesterday, and with that, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Vladimir, thank you so much. I think it's really interesting that you ended with that note just now on using the resources from a legal standpoint that we already have. There's a concept in law called exhaustion of remedies. You don't go on to your next remedy until you've used up the one that you have at your disposal straight away. And in some ways, I was thinking about that while you were speaking, because we are looking at the potential role of navies in addressing areas beyond national jurisdiction, when a lot of navies around the world are still working to cope with the challenges they have within their national jurisdiction. And so this is a vision for a long-term effort that requires incredible cooperation, not only among navies, but between navies and other actors that have a role, including those engaged in marine scientific research, those engaged in underwater exploration, and those engaged in protection and development of infrastructure that goes beyond national jurisdiction. So I thank you so much for that presentation, and I think your point towards the end of location, in terms of the geospatial aspect is really important, because as Professor Tani was saying, we also have location not only on a horizontal axis of noting, are you on one side of a maritime boundary or another, but also how deep are you in terms of the bathymetrics that are now becoming a real challenge for practical issues like search and rescue. So thank you very much. I now want to turn to another presentation about sort of the development of monitoring this space between the surface and the subsea, and introduce Professor Atsushi Tsunami, who is the director of the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. If you're not familiar with the Sasakawa Foundation, please Google it and learn what you can, because it does amazing work and has been enabling many of the smaller states that have enormous ocean territory to be able to actually monitor, govern, and ultimately secure their maritime spaces. So, Professor, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Ian, for that kind introduction. I'm Atsushi Tsunami, the president of Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I'd like to first join my previous speakers to thank the Italian Navy, and particularly Admiral Credendino and Vice Admiral Petroloni, for wonderful hospitality for the last 2 days. And I have learned a lot over these sessions for over 2 days. And this session focuses on the issue of governance, particularly the area underwater. And of course, as I put my political scientist hat on, I can see the issue from the perspective of the private foundation like ours, that we think we have a very important role to play in order to contribute to the better governance of the area like the water, underwater, area. And because you see that's where the implementation and the rule of law is very difficult to enforce. And we have, as a private foundation, tried a lot of programs that sort of play around in the area of nexus of between the science and policy, or the private sector, or government, or what we call triple helix, where the academy and the private sector and the government can all put together, collaborate on addressing particular common issues, and the private foundation like ours can facilitate this kind of contribution, coordination effort and other things. So I would like to share some of the work that we do as an example of what I mean by private foundation's role in this area. Let me go back a little bit. Okay, and over I guess the last few sessions, there are a few people thankfully to mention something like the Seabed 2030. That is one of the work that Brother Foundation, Nippon Foundation, and Sasakawa Peace Foundation together contributed to as a main funder of the program. And I remember a few days back, or a few years back, that Chairman and I kind of had a conversation that now we are, as a human being, going back to the moon and then or beyond to the Mars, but we have so little knowledge about the oceans that surrounds us, where the 70% of the Earth's surface is covered by the ocean. And one of the reasons is that we just don't have enough knowledge about the ocean. So why don't we create a program, international program, that would gather all the data that goes around and map the entire seabed by the 2030. And so that's the kind of led to the launch of this program. And other things like we have fellowship programs to help the developing countries to come to Doulos as a Sasakawa Fellows, to learn and work in the Doulos, to have the international expertise and learning place to what you know by UNCLOS and how to implement the law of the sea. And also we have other fellowship programs to help the capacity building, as well as things like the work we do in South Pacific island states by providing Coast Guard ships to countries like Palau. And so it's like we are trying to fill in the gap between what the international community is trying to look, and there's a gap between the private sector and the government sector, and also the developing countries and developed countries. And the private foundation like ours, we work with other community of the foundations to come in and fill in this kind of gap. And another example today I wanted to share with you is a recent work we do. We call it K program in Japan. That is the program to promote dual-use technologies. That is the technology at the end of the day as a use in both national security and the private, and also the commercial use. And for over the years, I have worked with the Japanese government to create a significant scale of R&D program that would promote this dual-use technology, particularly targeting the oceans area. And finally, we have launched this research program called Development of a Continuous Observation, Investigation, and Monitoring System for Ocean Vertical Sections from the sea surface to the seabed using advanced sensing technology. And the overview of this program is the two components. One is observation technology spanning from the sea surface to the seabed, and to observe the marine conditions. The program would develop two components: an advanced sensing cable equipped with the fiber optic hydrophones to listen to underwater sounds, and unmanned offshore vessel for monitoring oceanographic data such as temperature and salinity. And the other component of this program is the techniques for extracting, analyzing, integrating information. So to automatically analyze underwater sound data, which we as a foundation contribute to this part of the program in particular, that we aim to establish a classification technique for sound sources using a machine learning, AI, right, based on the acoustic catalog of artificial, environmental, and biological sounds. Additionally, in our program, we will develop methods for estimating their movement patterns. So with the combination of the two elements to this K program, we are hoping in the 10 years, hopefully, like finger crossed, to ensure the observation survey and monitoring of the marine environment from the sea surface to the seafloor, including in identification of objects and organisms passing through the vertical section of the ocean, as well as their passage characteristics such as position, velocity, and direction, along with their temporal history. So this is our goal and target in 10 years. And one of the, sort of giving an example of this is the extent of continuous observation, survey, and monitoring of the vertical section of the ocean, spanning approximately 300 kilometers or more, with water depths ranging from approximately 100 meters to 1,000 meters. So this is, given the current status of our technology, this is, you can see how challenging this CAPE program is. But in order to bring this project, as the characteristics of this project is targeting dual-use technology, which means to bring the actors from academic, from the private sector, and the national labs and the public the government sector all together to manage and run this research project. For this scale, for the first time in Japan. And so the program director is directed by the Professor Takagi from the University of Tokyo, from academics. But then the main body of the operation is JAMSTEC, which is a national lab in Japan. But all the components are supported and carried out by some from private sector, like electronic industry, and other universities, and also ourselves, Sasaga Peace Foundation, for because one of the program of the Ocean Policy Research Institute would be responsible for underwater sounds source cataloging and catalog using the passive data of environments, artificial and biological sounds. And then other projects are carried out both by JAMSTEC and the electronic industry. So you can see how this is not only research itself is challenging, but the coordination and putting all these actors together to create this program. And we are tasked to support the coordination process of this research project. And again, this is going back with this is the main purpose is the dual use technology. So we are hoping for the usage in the fisheries to national defense security, maritime transportation, and also estimation of drifting project moving that has to do with plastics and other environmental areas to governance of the ocean. So this sensing project hopefully to provide solving some of the key issues that looking ahead in 10 years. And this is one of the other examples, other than seabed 2030 or any other things that we do. But currently, we are now working on this development of this technology that would support the better governance underwater, where monitoring and understanding of a situation is difficult, and we need to accelerate the technology for enable us to do so. So thank you very much, and I hope to your questions and discussions later. Thank you.
Professor, thank you so much. It's really interesting to hear and see some of what you said about the dual use aspect of this, and even the application for national defense and security. Because as you were speaking, I couldn't help but think of the applications for anti-submarine warfare and more hostile, perhaps, uses by actors that may not be part of a peace foundation. It strikes me that you've sort of opened the conversation to the aspect that as we begin to turn on the lights and see more of what's beneath the sea, we also have to recognize that it has been a safe haven in some ways for states and engagement between states, and that balance of recognizing the commercial, the scientific, and the military aspects need to be balanced. So lots to discuss as we move forward. And in the context of talking a little bit more about warfare and defense, it's quite fitting that we turn from blue to green and introduce Lieutenant General Hans-Werner Wehrmann, who was the Director General of the International Staff at NATO, and retired, but did so unsuccessfully as he was immediately called back in civilian attire to develop governance for the hub that is now responsible for exploring NATO's engagement with the undersea domain. So we're delighted to have Lieutenant General Wehrmann speak to us and round out our panel. Sir, the floor is yours.
Well, good afternoon, admirals, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, and Gian, thank you very much for your kind words of introduction. I would like to do three things. First, talk a little bit about the perspective and why I'm talking to you. Part of the answer you have already got from Ian. Second, I would like to talk about the threat. And third, what NATO can conceptually do about the current threat and help to enhance the security of critical undersea infrastructure. As has been said, after the Nord Stream event, nations came to NATO and asked the Secretary General, please think about what NATO can do complementarily to national activities to help to enhance the security of critical undersea infrastructure. I got a call and I was asked whether I were prepared to head the coordination cell for critical undersea infrastructure in NATO. With the permission of my wife, I said, yes, I am ready to do that. Of course, I had no clue that a year plus I would be here in front of so many admirals talking about critical undersea infrastructure. When I talked to the Secretary General, he said, you have to define an efficient way how we can enable the dialogue or trilogue between the governments, the civil actors, and the military, because that's the key to enhance the security of critical undersea infrastructure. And by the way, you have very little time, because the heads of state and government want to decide something tangible in July, and now it's end of March. So it's one thing to come up with a concept, the other thing is to convince nowadays 32 allies to agree to it. So that's the perspective I'm talking to you, and I will briefly talk you through what we have done. The threat first. When you look at Nord Stream and other incidents that affected cables in the North Atlantic, you could qualify it as a hybrid threat. It's a hybrid environment we are looking at. Hybrid, there are many definitions. I would like to use the definition as hybrid activities are designed to achieve maximum damage but stay unidentified and thereby avoid crossing the line of armed conflict. That's, for me, the definition I use for hybrid attacks. In this context, the undersea environment is very similar to the cyberspace because you can do a lot of harm and get away with it. So we have state actors that act in the hybrid spectrum, and if the German investigation is right, then it doesn't take much to do a lot of harm to critical undersea infrastructure, so we may see others, including terrorists, to use minimum effort to achieve a great effect. So that's the threat picture. However, if the core of the strategy is to do harm and get away with it, it's very easy to identify the counter-strategy. Make sure the perpetrator does not get away with it. Deniability is the key. In the hybrid scenario I was tasked with to deal with. What is it what NATO can do about it? First, In the name, NATO is a maritime alliance, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. And every day there are plus minus 50 ships of allies at sea. However, the critical undersea infrastructure is huge, growing as we speak, so we cannot protect every inch and centimeter of pipeline or cable. That's simply impossible, and we cannot put ships on every cable. At the same time, I had to learn, and it was a kind of repetition, when after the Nord Stream event, NATO reacted and sent a task force into the Baltic Sea, it gave huge reassurance to investors and said, we are glad the military is doing something about it, so we have confidence that our investment is safe and secure. Here a footnote. We talk about security of critical undersea infrastructure. However, we have to keep in mind that state parties, some of them, depend on selling fossil fuels on the global market. So if they can slow down green energy transition, that's in their strategic interest and keeps their economic model viable as long as possible. So when we see obvious activities of mapping of our critical undersea infrastructure, we have to be very careful to make a balanced assessment. Is this because somebody wants to destroy it later, or whether they want to actually ensure that investors become uncertain about their investment and slow down green energy transition? That needs to be kept in mind. So military presence is important to reassure our own investors to make the green energy transition as quickly as possible done. What is it what NATO can do about it on top of that? First of all, as I said, we cannot put a ship on it. So it needs to be queued operation. It needs to be driven by information and intelligence. And there are three sources NATO will exploit of intelligence and information. One is NATO member states run some 70 intelligence agencies, military and civilian. And they have a good pattern of working together very closely. So we have to exploit that knowledge. Second, industry, because they are responsible for safety of the operation and have vested interest and keep their cables and pipelines going, have a lot of sensors and information what's happening on their systems. They not necessarily can do much about it, but they have a lot of information. So we have to open up that channel of information. And the third is what has already been talked about by the director of the CMRE. We have huge technological opportunities. It's all there. We just have to connect it. One example, the AIS signal of ships gives you a picture of the pattern of life at sea. It's not complete, it's not perfect. But there are a lot of service providers shooting up more and more satellites. So you can actually complement what you see on the AIS system with satellite imagery. If you then apply artificial intelligence to both data sets, you can identify gaps and you can identify suspicious behavior. And I come back, that helps you to achieve deniability, to identify suspicious behavior in the vicinity of critical undersea infrastructure in real time. That's the concept we are following in this hybrid scenario. In war, it's a different thing, then it's a part of a defense plan. But in the hybrid scenario, it's about deterrence. We have to make sure on the technical military side that we can identify the perpetrator. That information needs to be as clear as possible in order to allow the political side to attribute what you have seen to a perpetrator and thereby achieve, hopefully, a deterrent and political effect. Coming back to the communication piece. We asked nations and allies to establish strategic points of contact in order to get them together in NATO twice a year to discuss issues of common interest regarding the security of critical undersea infrastructure. This helped allies, I think, to start the process in all capitals to think how to organize, how to govern themselves in the context of enhancing the security of critical undersea infrastructure. We had a first meeting of the points of contact, and it is, I think, added value because we can invite representatives of ICPSC, of the United Nations, of industry, which then can share their insights with the strategic points of contact. At the same time, we want to have direct contacts with our maritime center, which is another element of what NATO is doing. we established a maritime center for critical undersea infrastructure at Markham. It's not a huge thing. It's a handful of people. What are they supposed to do? They are to fuse the information out of the three sources I've mentioned: intelligence, industry, and our technological opportunities. And then connect what they find, the red dots they identify, with the operational capabilities Markham has anyway. So it's a small center dedicated for information intelligence fusion, handing over the red dots to the Maritime Command, and then deal with it, send the task forces we have. That works pretty well. Well, finally, we have established a legal work strand. As a layman, as an army officer, I thought, well, let's have the lawyers sit together for 6 months. They come up with a paper that's quickly decided by nations, and we have a kind of common understanding. Not the case. So it's a long process, even to find a common, cohesive interpretation of the existing law of the sea at 32. We are working on it because it's absolutely vital, because it's good to identify something, but we have to have a very clear and firm understanding what we can do about what we see. With that, I hand over to the chair, and I touched on the governance piece, and well, thank you much for your attention. Stand ready for questions later on. Thank you.
General, thank you so much. You said very interestingly that the private sector, because of the sensors and some of the technology, have a lot of information, but they don't necessarily have a mechanism for sharing it, nor do they know what they can do with it. And it strikes me that even if they do share it, there's another challenge, which is that even in the hands of militaries, we don't necessarily know what we could do with it either. And this is where the governance piece comes in and intersects with the law. And I apologize on behalf of all lawyers for the headache that he caused you. But law has two main functions. It constrains bad activity, and it enables good activity. And one of the things that we have done is constrain what militaries and governments can do in the maritime space because of that linear-focused jurisdictional piece that we've talked about already. But we haven't necessarily figured out how or what to constrain in the underwater domain at this point. And we haven't figured out how to enable a response to it. And so you pose a very interesting challenge of governance. And I think it also speaks to a point you made and a word you used, which was insights. We talk a lot about sharing information or sharing intelligence. We don't talk enough about sharing insights. And in a new area where there isn't a good, much less a best practice, sharing insights is incredibly important, because as we all around the world come to terms with the challenges of governing this space beneath the sea, we have to be cognizant that everybody is approaching it differently. And so the more insight that we can glean from each other's experiences, the better. And so having fora to share insights, not just information or intelligence, is critically important. And in that vein, I want to open up the floor to questions. We have about 16 minutes or so, because we have a hard stop at 1:30. But the floor is now open for questions for any of the panelists. Please feel free to come up and speak. I see some movement, but as we begin the process of others coming up to ask questions, I'm going to pose one to the panel as a whole. We have largely spoken about the underwater domain as either a good thing, because it provides us with great benefits and new opportunities, or as a challenge. But within that, we also have to look at it as potentially a nefarious space. Every time we innovate, whether it's new technology or new approaches to things, we tend to be slow in red teaming or coming up with an adversarial approach to our own new innovation. And so my question to all of you is, what do we need to do better to preemptively secure the maritime underwater domain as we begin to develop it more? Anyone like to take that on? Anyone? the two ends. I'll go to General first, and then we'll go right down.
Well, Ian, as I'm not a lawyer, I think we in the military like clear roles and responsibilities. So therefore, I think that's the first step, clear roles and responsibilities. Once you have that, you have a tie you can pull if something goes wrong. So I think that's a key which can be dealt with preemptively, because you don't need to wait for the accident or the incident to happen. You know something will happen, and if you have clear responsibility, it is the guarantee for efficient response.
That's a great answer. Go ahead, just speak.
I can speak?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? Yes. I think the key is implementation, first of all, to implement what is already in place, and then to establish clear boundaries within huge areas of the underwater dimension, because each coastal state needs to understand how far its jurisdiction extends. And also I take this occasion to highlight, to make a clarification that all the maps that we have been showing during this symposium, also the ones that were maybe circulated in the extra journal, are just illustrative examples of boundaries and do not necessarily represent the actual positions of states. So this is a right disclaimer that I would like to make. But I think key is implementation, and then after that, when implementation is well done, there is time to consider other responses. Clear implementation and also a clarification of the respective boundaries to clarify who is in charge of what in which space.
Thank you. Professor, do you want to?
Yes, I think the sort of the nexus of science and also regulations, and as you find more evidence of some of the activities and some of the impact of those activities in the underwater domain, and quickly sort of move ahead with providing the evidence-based regulation the discussion is clearly important. But I think, if you regulate first and then if you stop the science, it's very difficult for any of us to really identify some of the critical issues. So this science and policy nexus is something that is very challenging for us, but I think that is a very important way to go. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think it depends very much on the level of governance we're talking about. What was in my presentation is what we had done at the Italian level. Of course, this can be a best practice or good practice or something like that. But in any case, we need some governance also at international level. And of course, this can be done through agreements and sharing common terms and common procedures that have to be agreed, of course. We try to throw a pebble in the pond, and doing that, of course, we cannot foresee any kind of activity or any kind of innovation will be there in the future. But in any case, having set an instrument, an agency or whatever, an instrument that can deal with the innovation and the underwater domain, we can avoid to be found off balance.
Thank you, Ian. I think more than anything else, we see a need for coordination and information sharing at three different levels. The first is within governments. So Riccardo was talking about what the Italian government is doing in terms of internal coordination. We would love to see more governments do that because we have significant stovepiping problems that from the perspective of the submarine cable industry result in infrastructure that is less protected and less resilient, and I think those lessons apply in other sectors. Sharing of information and coordination between governments, as in the case of NATO, the idea that what your neighbors do can affect your own connectivity is really critical. And then sharing information and coordinating between governments and industry about the threat environment, but also about some of their concerns in both directions. I think that sensing is a great example where militaries might be concerned that sensing technologies on cables can be used to detect vessels, submarines, warships, and the like. Industry is concerned that a desire to use cables for sensing other than for purposes of cable protection puts it in different categories under the Law of the Sea Convention that subjects it to additional regulation, whether it's marine scientific research or if it's gathering data regarding hydrocarbon locations, for example. And of course, industry, although it wants to promote use of sensing for cable protection, remains nervous that using sensing and sharing data with governments and militaries is going to render their commercial infrastructure targets.
Great answer.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just echo the first start with coordination, cooperation at the national level. It's probably the key to implementation of all international obligations. We know that at the sector level there is a lot of activities. We do not even understand, what's going on. People in fisheries have little understanding of submarine cables. People in submarine cables have little understanding about extractory, mining, seabed mining, offshore, so the ideas of regulating or then bringing these people together so they better understand the needs of others. This is one of the key elements. And that has to happen not only at the national level, but also at the subnational level, it's regional level in the governments. There are frequently activities quite close to the shore that need to be regulated and coordinated, better coordinated. I think this would be the start. But I would like also to highlight the aspect of education, better understanding. We know that many people have certain in-depth knowledge of a sectoral capacity or for their sectoral issues, but they don't have understanding of the international regulatory framework, and this results frequently in initiatives that are counterproductive because they take away resources, and then ultimately they are not producing any effects because it turns out that something has already existed, there are things in place, but we simply didn't know about it, we have forgotten it, and that happens quite frequently. I've seen, for instance, well, let me not go into detail. So education, better understanding, and this is a continued process. We try to do coordination at the international level between the secretariat of various agencies in the context of UN Oceans. This is a process when we pull in all the stakeholders, and we did a high-level meeting last January, and it was an eye-opener for many of us. How much is happening and how little we understand, we know what the other agencies are doing. So this is something that needs to be continuously improved.
Thank you. Christian.
I think there was a lot of people on this panel who were continuously nodding. And I think we have a broad understanding of what needs to be done. But since my challenge here was to highlight one thing, let me add to this choir. We need to get better at learning from each other. We've learned here a lot today about how fantastic the Italian model is in addressing the issue, and I agree. At the same time, countries organize their maritime sector radically different, so the Italian model will not work for everyone. There's a range of other fantastic models out there of how to respond in Europe, and that includes Belgium, a very small country with a tiny exclusive economic zone, doing a lot of innovation and leading the regional agenda. It includes Norway, where it's mainly the industry that has been giving the responsibility for delivering the critical infrastructure protection tasks. And it, for instance, also includes the United Kingdom that has to deal with this massive amount of agencies that are in charge in one way or the other, where there's a massive agency coordination problem. So learning from each of these models what works in a given context, what doesn't work as well, I think is the top priority here. And this is not the least for us to get more efficient in terms of delivering the protection and security, because let's not forget that much of the stuff that we're talking about is extremely expensive. So we need to be also straightforward in the sense of how much protection is actually enough, right? Who pays what in protection, and how much is enough? How much does the seabed actually need? What is the threshold in comparison to other domains? So that learning process is perhaps the most vital.
The risk of abusing my position as Supreme Panel Chair, I'll also add to that, which is I think we've established that governance tends to be slow, that it tends to take time, but criminals don't. Nefarious actors don't. And so I think this is where there's a role for navies in particular to work with Coast Guards and other law enforcement agencies, as well as the private sector, the scientific sector, the NGO sector, and to spend some time taking off their hats of good guy and development and productive and governance and put on the hats of criminals and start thinking in an adversarial mindset to stress test the laws, the regulations, the policies, the governance institutions, and all these mechanisms that we are putting into place at slow pace in order to make sure that we aren't creating gaps that are exploitable, vulnerabilities that are exploitable, or infrastructure that could be used against us as much as it can be used for us. And so I do think this is an important role for navies to lead on in red teaming the development of institutions of governance and policies and laws in the maritime domain beneath the surface. Now we have enough time for, I'm going to take 2 questions back to back. We have John Stoppert from the International Chamber of
resources to a state or a group of states, or to restrict to a state or a group of states, or to restrict or redirect trade flows. That's one. More generally, and I think it touches on what you said about stress testing, Ian, looking at, let's not even call it jurisdictional creep, let's call it jurisdictional extension, which we're seeing increasingly well beyond that 12 nautical mile 250 nautical mile range. Can we actually reconcile that with the desire to protect freedom of navigation within the rules-based system, looking at the world as it is now?
Thank you. And we'll take all 3 questions together. So right here, and then I'll give each of the panelists 30 seconds to respond to these.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Brigadier General Bright from Tanzania. Well, I was just trying to think, Dave, that all the activities which are carried in order to affect the maritime contemporary issues, most of the activities are done at the land. Most of the planning are done at the land. So my question is, don't you think that it is also a time to include other departments instead of we as the Navy stockholder waiting to counter all the activities in or at the sea? I think it's a time now also to engage other stakeholders, I mean other security forces at the land. Because for example, look about the weapon smuggling, human trafficking. Those are the big business for the big company. And all the planning they are doing at the land. That's my question.
Thank you. And First Sea Lord is declining the opportunity. The panel has the chance to respond. I will reverse the order from last time. So Christian Böger, your concluding remarks on those 3 questions, 2 from John Stoppert and 1 from the Chief of the Navy of Tanzania.
Want me to start? Yeah. Maybe allow me to start with your permission, Mr. Chair, on the question on the use of marine protected areas. Number 1, this is not tomorrow that it's coming in areas beyond national jurisdiction. And again, marine protected areas, the environmental protection is a prerogative and obligation of coastal states up to 200 nautical miles in the EEZ. That's part of their obligation. So whatever happens in the EEZ zones, it's one thing. Whatever happens in the area on the high seas, it's another thing. But the mechanism of the BBNJ treaty will take time to be put in place, and there are sufficient safeguards in the agreement itself to protect interests such as international shipping, so I wouldn't be concerned about it. Not at this moment. It'll depend a lot, of course, on the input of scientific and technical information. There is a very complex governance structure and decision-making by the conference of the parties, and this interest, I think, will be ultimately protected. And I'll stop here.
Yeah, thank you for these wonderful questions. Let me just emphasize one point here. I think what is extremely important in this new era of us using the sea is that we have to start thinking beyond our old-fashioned binaries. Security and protection and trade are not conflicting goals. Freedom of navigation versus marine protection, that is old-fashioned thinking in many ways. We need both. We know that. The more that we're using the sea, including the seabed, the more we need to start thinking these issues together. We are just kind of like, cannot continue thinking that trade, security, environmental protection, and also questions of justice and access to infrastructures can be dealt separately. And this is perhaps one of the larger challenges that we are looking at, not the least because very much of the UN system is organized in a very functionalist way, where some bodies deal with environmental protections, others deal with trade and shipping, while it is only the UN Security Council in the end and parts of the General Assembly that deal with the big security challenges, including the seabed that we are facing. So let's go beyond these binaries and start thinking issues together. 360-degree is always called for, and this is exactly what we need.
Thank you. Very quickly, Ken?
I was just going to comment or respond briefly to John's question about the use of MPAs. I mean, certainly the submarine cable industry and the ICPC were very concerned, not so much that MPAs would be used in a malicious manner, but that they could actually end up isolating particular states, particularly island states, in relation to particular activities. And so I think that it is, there are safeguards in the agreement, as Vladimir noted, and also the requirement to apply the best available science and traditional knowledge to inform the actions of states and treaty bodies is really critical, because the treaty actually references not just conservation, but also sustainable use of the oceans. And we need to be promoting other activities that don't come at the expense of the marine environment. Certainly we think cables are included within that, but there are other human activities that could be included too.
Thank you. Ricardo?
Yes, of course, my answer will not be an official answer, it will be a personal answer on the basis of my experience. What is my impression, having had a long part of my career in the fisheries sector as Director General for fisheries, maritime fisheries in Italy. And my idea is that, of course, yes, that MPAs, but every rule on, for example, fisheries or environmental topics can be used as a denial instrument towards other countries or towards other institutions. That's clear. I think this question is interlinked with the issue of freedom of navigation. Of course, the territorialization of the sea is in contradiction with freedom of navigation. But this is, I mean, this is a subject that is in continuous evolution. So I would say that yes, there's an instrument, there are instruments that can be also used in a strategic way to deny or to somehow favor or advantage or disadvantage our counterparts.
Yes, I think we have to live with the fact that technological development or innovation is not going to be stopped. I think what we see will be more acceleration of the process. So the key question is to how we put the concept or the idea of responsibility into this process. And I think the more dialogue, the cooperation among like-minded countries to enforce the kind of environment that this kind of responsibility that would really lead us to the frontier of the mankind is very important, and we cannot wait until, and the idea of stopping this process from the dichotomizing the idea whether you agree with the development or you stop the moratorium and so we have to really move on, and I think that was one of the issues that I take away from this discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you. With regard to the first question, in the exclusive economic zone, the coastal states have jurisdiction on the protection of the marine environment, and the establishment of MPAs in the exclusive economic zone have never impeded the freedom of navigation. With regards to the so-called area-based management tools that the BBNJ agreement is foreseeing, the conference of the parties of the BBNJ agreement will definitely take into account the interest of the shipping industry. What is very interesting about this new agreement, the BBNJ agreement, is that it will function through a conference of the parties. In this sense, it works as a multilateral environmental agreement. It has the shape of some other kinds of instrument, but in this way, it works as a living instrument that will constantly be shaped and filled by decisions of the conference of the parties. And on that occasion, for sure, the interest of the shipping industry will be taken into account, and the freedom of the high seas is one of the fundamental principles of the convention. Therefore, it will never be protested and contested by anyone. On the second question, the engagement of the stakeholders is very important. I think that the Italian initiative on the hub is a very good example of cooperation among different stakeholders. And also the Italian initiative on the draft law for the establishment of a new agency for the security of the underwater activities can be an excellent opportunity, at least for Italy and other states that may follow the same example, to finally better regulate marine scientific research in the underwater. Marine scientists are other very important stakeholders, and so in this way we would better implement also the provisions of UNCLOS that are quite general on marine scientific research.
Well, for a number of reasons, I think it's wise to leave the answers to these excellent questions to the lawyers, and with it back to you, Ian.
Well, I apologize to all of you for failing in my one responsibility, which was to end on time. But I thank you for being an incredible audience, and please join me in thanking this incredible panel.
Thank you, Dr. Ralbi. Thank you all. Distinguished guests, our second working day has come to an end, as both are ready to transfer you back to the hotels. And please check with your liaison officers the pickup time for a farewell dinner at Tese di San Cristoforo in the Arsenal this evening. Thank you.